Good evening. I'm calling this October 12, 2021 regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel. Here. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar, your sound is very faint on our end.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Savitt, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Was someone trying to communicate?
Nope, just saying the Pledge of Allegiance, Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Zolotel, would you please do the land acknowledgement?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Now on to item 4, minutes of previous meetings. Item 4A, regular meeting for June 22nd, 2021. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second. We have moved and seconded. Any objection to the approval of those minutes? Hearing none, the minutes from the meeting of June 22nd, 2021, a regular meeting, are now approved. Next, we have the mayor's report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the body, the mayor and his senior staff, as I think has been widely publicized, are following the CDC guidelines and therefore will not be in the chambers this evening. As a further information for the body, I was wondering if Dr. Savitt could please come forward for just a brief statement and to share with the public the current status of the health department and the COVID-19 status. Would that be possible, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, Dr. Savitt.
Hi, Dr. Savitt. I'm not sure what it is you want me to do. Say it again, please.
Pardon me. Doctor, if you could just give us a current update of COVID-19 and the number of cases and whatnot, please. That would be appreciated. I think the public really is interested in.
Okay. Of course, this is the one time I didn't bring it with me.
Joe, do you have the... Mr. Chairman, maybe the Health Department has the stats.
That sounds just fine. Thank you.
Sorry for them.
Thank you.
4 weeks in a row on a Monday.
So I can sum this up, and then I can go over some numbers if you would like.
Dr. Savitt, if I might briefly interrupt, just the goal is to keep it concise and rich, so that's a challenge.
Of course. We have guarded optimism. We're cautiously optimistic. We have seen a downward trend in our indicators and our metrics for the last 3 to 4 weeks, so the information is good. Our new resident cases, that is, members of the municipality of Anchorage, is down to 181 today. That is a tremendous drop. It's been steadily trending downward, 25-30% or so. So if this continues, there's good news on the horizon. Yesterday, for example, it was 277. I'm not going to bore you with those numbers. If you look at the hospital statistics, the hospitals are better staffed now thanks to the 470 some odd individuals that were brought up from the lower 48. There are more beds open than before. The number of COVID patients has decreased somewhat in the ICU setting and in the non-ICU beds, all good news. Our 7-day positivity rate is at 12%. So while that seems to go up, you have to understand that's a calculation based on number of people being tested. So there are less numbers being tested, therefore the number goes up. So there's probably more out there, and ironically that would cause a 12% to trend back down again. So that would be a function of testing. The 14-day case average is down to 115.1, I think it is. Yesterday it was 117. Last week it was in the 120s. And about 3-4 weeks ago it was in the 140s. All positive, all good information. The reproductive number is trending downward. In August it was about 1.46, if I remember correctly. Today it's around 1.07. So the news is good across the board. There appears to be a 2-month curve for COVID from what we're seeing across the country and in some other countries across the planet. It seems to be a 2-month cycle. Cases go up for 2 months, then they come back down again. We are about at the 2-month rate, which would explain that we have peaked over the last couple of weeks and seem to be trending downward. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't hit some peaks and troughs where it'll go up and down, but like I said, at least for now, we seem to be heading in the right direction.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for you. One for Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Savitt, today they announced 16 additional deaths, 10 of them in Anchorage. And I'm wondering, you're looking at these trends, and we know that there's a certain number of people that are in the hospital, a certain number on ventilators. If these trends continue, even if the number of COVID patients sort of gradually falls over the next several weeks, how many additional deaths in Anchorage are you projecting over whatever time frame you're comfortable? A week, a month, 2 months from now? How many additional deaths do you?
There's no way to predict numbers of deaths. If you look at the ICU setting, patients on ventilators, and what's being reported doesn't necessarily mean all the patients on ventilators have COVID or COVID positive. The statistics in the past have been maybe 50% of the patients that progress to needing ventilator care have a bad outcome, but there's no way to predict actual numbers. But as our number of cases go down across the board, then the hospitalization rate should start to follow in about 2 to 3 weeks or so. And that would also mean that the number of deaths should come down as well. Keep in mind that the metrics that we see on our dashboards that are being fed to us from the state are lagging. Today's metrics on ICU beds, for example, were from a day or two ago, and the overall numbers lag behind. So when you look at that snapshot, you're actually looking at anywhere from a couple of days to a week or so behind before it catches up. So it's hindsight rather than foresight.
Anything further, Mr. Dunbar?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I have a brief question for you, Dr. Savitt. You started and shared that on the 11th there were 181 cases, and on the 10th, 277. And you said I want to belabor that, but could you just give me the 9th of October if you have it there? Because, the new dashboard, both the city and the state, you can't actually drill down and find the daily numbers. And I was doing that today for homework.
Let's go back to the 8th. There were 391. And on the 7th, 275.
So the 9th is the one.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking. I don't think I have
Yeah, that's okay if you
the
don't.
9th with me, though.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Savitt. Anything further from the mayor's office?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And on to the chair's report. And this is going to be done in two parts. For my part, I want to discuss an adventure I had this week. And then Chair LaFrance over the phone will detail her report. So, as a number of people have heard, I had a much-needed vacation after 2 years of not leaving Anchorage. And I went to Las Vegas, which is Clark County. Clark County is a county of 2,267,000 residents. On October the 9th, they had 0 COVID cases. On October the 10th, they had 0 COVID cases. On October 11th, they had 148 COVID cases for a 7-day average of 150 cases for a county of 2,267,000 people. And that's a city where I can say, for my part, is filled with people coming and going in and out every day. Very busy. I was unable to get to the Anchorage population numbers until just now. Thank you, Dr. Savitt. Anchorage, which has a population of 287,000 people, according to the census this year. On October 8th, I can't get to the 9th because I couldn't find the individual data, 391 cases. The state listed on October 9th, 1,059 cases. Anchorage on October 10th had 277 cases, and on October 11th had 181 cases, with a 7-day positivity rate of about 300, 400. Now, in Clark County and in Las Vegas, it was quite amazing. In September, early September, they passed a mask mandate, and they were able to crash down their numbers to basically 0. And it was quite stunning to be an event with a couple thousand people outside, free, able to breathe, no masks, no fear because it was in compliance with the CDC guidelines. And when you went into any of the buildings, casinos, restaurants, bars, I'd say there was 90 to 95% mask compliance. There was nobody being brutal in their enforcement. There was not a lot of people putting on a show about, I'm not going to do this. It was pretty substantial compliance, and to me, it proved that if your community is willing to do what it takes to break the curve, then you can get back to having these good times. And I think that's the future of Anchorage, that good times are on the horizon. With that, I would hand the gavel to the chair so she can give her report. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening. First off, I want to call attention to the rescheduling of the public hearings for the items that were on the agenda of Friday's canceled special assembly meeting. The public hearing for AO 2021-91 pertaining to masks will be continued at a special meeting this Wednesday, tomorrow, October 13 at 6 p.m., with possible continuation to Thursday, October 14 at 6 p.m. The public hearing for AO 2021-92 pertaining to confirmation hearings will move to the regular assembly meeting of October 27, and the public hearing for AO 2021-90 pertaining to management authority over meeting premises will move to the regular assembly meeting of December 7th. Second, thank you to Mr. Constant for chairing tonight's meeting and to Ms. Zelatel for vice chairing. I'm dialing in tonight because of the COVID-19 close contacts in the chambers during last Thursday's special meeting. Early on in the pandemic, Assembly leadership implemented a COVID-19 mitigation plan for the chambers. The mitigation plan is still in effect, and it calls for limiting capacity to 100 persons in the chambers, distancing between persons, a plexiglass shield at the podium, as well as requested face coverings. The plan also states that people experiencing symptoms or have a positive test for COVID or who have had a recent close contact may not attend in person. These measures are to protect staff as well as members of the public, administration, and assembly and their households. This is due to the ease of transmission of COVID-19 in a public gathering environment and the serious illness that can result from the virus, up to and including death. The measures are also intended to help ensure that the Assembly can continue to do the city's business. However, the Assembly Chamber's COVID-19 mitigation plan has been actively undermined by the administration. The administration has stopped Assembly leadership from enforcing the initially 160-person capacity limit and more recently the 100-person capacity limit in the chambers. The administration has refused... Point of order.
You are recognized, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I'm not really sure why the chair is giving personal attacks on the administration. It's her opinion. It's not any factual data.
Thank you. It's the chair's purview to make her report at this time. Please proceed, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The administration has refused to work with Assembly leadership to implement physical distancing on the dais or in the chambers. The administration has refused to work with Assembly leadership to encourage masking in the chambers.
Ms. LaFrance, could you please hold on for a minute? Mr. Gentleman with the black shirt with your thumbs up, you have been warned. The next time you actually disrupt the meeting, you'll be removed. Please proceed, Ms. LaFrance.
And the administration removed the plexiglass shield from the podium at last Thursday's meeting. Again, the Assembly Chamber's COVID-19 mitigation plan has been and continues to be thwarted by the administration during our legislative meetings. I also want to address the issue of security in the chambers. At last Thursday's meeting, the municipal manager removed security from the chambers. While security remained on premises and APD was in the chambers, it's important to note that without the presence of security in the chambers, the chair is unable to execute the security strategy that Assembly leadership was advised by the APD to adopt. The strategy relies upon security to assist with managing and ejecting active disruptors, as APD will only intervene when a situation has escalated to criminal behavior. Given the intensity surrounding recent public hearings, it is critical to everyone's safety in the room that security is available in the chambers to de-escalate disruptor situations. When the municipal manager removed security from the chambers, I was not consulted or informed before their removal, and neither was the vice chair or the clerk. This is an unacceptable situation that must not occur again, as it puts the public safety at risk. Lastly, there was also an attempt by the municipal manager at last Thursday's meeting to stop the video feed of the meeting. The public broadcast of our meetings is an important accommodation for the people to be aware of the public's business conducted here. These actions I described, the attempt to cut the public broadcast of the meeting, the removal of security from the chambers, and the undermining of the Assembly Chamber's COVID-19 mitigation plan are each specific examples of separation of power issues whereby the executive branch is overstepping and interfering with the Assembly's execution of its legislative function and duties. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. If I understand that Ms. Allard would like in the queue again, do you have another point of order or a point of information?
Well, I do have a point of information. I guess it would be a point of order. I just wanted to remind the public and the Assembly that we are not under an emergency order via the Muni, nor are we under the state by the Governor of Alaska. That's it, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will proceed to committee and liaison reports. We'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And next, Ms. Allard.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at noon. This is a virtual meeting. We will be continuing discussion of changes to Title 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing new to report.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness will meet on the 20th. It will be via Teams. We will be discussing in depth the facilitation, in particular a resolution that will be introduced tonight, and moving toward public hearing on the 27th. So I encourage everyone who has comments and questions about that facilitation and its outcome to join us. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole will be Thursday, the 21st, on Teams from 12:10 until 1:40. We extended out an hour and a half because we expect there will be a lot to discuss as we are now in the early part of the budget season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Nothing from me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Zolotel, will you please report on the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will meet on October 21st, 11 to noon via Microsoft Teams. We will be covering an update on the Clutna Hydroelectric Project, the Enterprise and Utility Budget impacts of proposed cuts, and then our standing items of the Stormwater Utility Update.
Hold on, Ms. Zolotel. Could you please mute your phones on the phone? Go ahead.
And then our standing items of the Stormwater Utility Updates, legislative priorities, and budget items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we are on to the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to implement our new laid-on-the-table procedure. So there are a number of laid-on-the-table items that I'll need to read into the record. Which is this one. So the first three items I'm going to read, we do need to vote on adding them to the agenda. So the first one will be numbered 10 Delta 31, Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered, Contract for Professional Legal Services with Birch, Horton, Bittner, and Shrill, not to exceed $50,000 to provide legal counsel to the Assembly related to separation of powers issues.
Move to lay the item on the table.
Second.
Second.
That item is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Objection, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Kennedy has objected, so we will take a vote on this item. Any other discussion?
Objection, Mr. Chair.
I have two objections, which brings us to the same question. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item? Hearing none, let's proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
With a vote of 9-2, that item is laid on the table. Next, we will have the item that will be numbered 10G18. This is resolution unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor's Office in support of an exit strategy to end mass care and implement an integrated client and community-centered approach to addressing homelessness. Is there a motion to lay on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Point. I'm sorry, what was the item number?
10G18.
Thank you.
And we're laying this on the table. It's a resolution, and the intent is to set it for public hearing, which is unusual for a resolution, but we want the public's input. So is there
Declare it if it's needed, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rivera. And so out of an abundance of caution, we're going to still vote to lay this one on the table. So the question before us is, shall this item be laid on the table? Is there any objection? Hearing none, that item is laid on the table. The third item that we need to vote on will be numbered 10D Delta 32. 10 Delta 32, and this is Assembly Memorandum unnumbered from the Mayor, recommendation of award for a non-encumbering contract with Titan LLC for snow plowing and removal services on an as-needed basis for the municipality of Anchorage. Maintenance and operations, $639,000.
Move to lay the item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to laying this item on the table?
Be the cue.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
I'm sorry, this is Austin.
Mr. Weddleton's in the queue. Oh, go ahead. Ms. Quinn Davidson first.
Oh, I can wait.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious.
Okay, thank you. I don't have an objection necessarily, but I was just wondering if the administration could speak to the urgency of this. We're only supposed to lay things on the table that where there's shown urgency. So I don't mind supporting it, but just want to hear that from them.
So Mr. Wilbur or Mr. Baker?
Through the chair, Lance Wilbur, Public Works Director. The reason that the administration is asking this to be laid on the table is the current contract actually expires on October 15th. The next assembly meeting is October 27th. In the event that we get some freezing rain or snow, we want to make sure that we can apply a proper maintenance to the roads in either Anchorage, Eagle River, or Girdwood. So we'd appreciate your support.
And I see Mr. Weddleton has taken himself out of the queue. Did that answer your question, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
It did. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lance.
And that was the question I was going to ask too. So any objection to this item being laid on the table? Hearing none, that item is now laid on the table. So these
Mr. Chair?
Yep, please, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Could you give me the item number again on the contract for professional legal services?
I'm sorry if I didn't say that.
No, you probably did. I'm asking again. Thank you.
10 Delta 32, 10D 32.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said the legal services one. I was just reading the last one. I'm sorry, the legal services was 10D 31.
Thank you.
All right, so the rest of the items. So the next item that is laid on the table by the chair at the request of the mayor will be known as item 12A, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 testing in an amount not to exceed $2,655,000 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvements Projects Fund previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 fund and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
All right, so moved by Mr. Presbyterian, seconded by Mr. Weddleton, and this item is now laid on the table. So the following items just need to be read into the record. 10G11, Anchorage Ordinance 2021-96, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage, OMB. First public hearing, 10/27/21. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated as AM 604-2021. Item 10G12, Anchorage Ordinance 2021-97, an ordinance adopting the 2022 General Government Capital Improvement Budget, Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated as 10G12A is Assembly Memorandum Number 605-2021. Item 10G13, Resolution Number AR 2021-323, a resolution adopting the 2022 to 2027 General Government Capital Improvement Program, Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated as 10G13A, Assembly Memorandum AM 606-2021. Item 10G14, Resolution AR 2021-324, a resolution adopting the 2022 to 2027 six-year fiscal program, Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated with this item is 10G14A, Assembly Memorandum Number 607-2021. 10G15, Anchorage Ordinance 2021-98, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budgets and the 2022 Municipal Utilities and Enterprise Activities Capital Improvements Budgets. Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated with this item is 10G15A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 608-2021. 10G16, Resolution Number AR 2021-325, a resolution approving the 2022 to 2027 Municipal Utilities and Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs, Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated with this item is 10G16A, Assembly Memorandum 609-2021. And finally, 10G17, Anchorage Ordinance 2021-99, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 operating and capital budgets of the Anchorage Community Development Authority, Office of Management and Budget. First public hearing, 10/27/2021. Second public hearing, 11/9/2021. Also associated with this item is 10G17A, Assembly Memorandum 610-2021. Is there a motion?
Move to incorporate the agenda, move to incorporate the laid on table items into the addendum to the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. There's been a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items. Is there any objection? I'm hearing no objection, so those items are now laid on the table. So next we are going to move into the appearance request portion of our evening. First to appear will be Anna Brawley. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you live in. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Anna Brawley. I live in District 3. I live and work in this city. I have attended assembly meetings for 10 years. I am committed to Anchorage as my family's home. Like many Anchorage residents, I have witnessed the last 2 weeks of assembly meetings. I have been in the room and I have watched online. I am shocked and embarrassed for our city. Until this past week, I have never felt unsafe entering this chamber, and I have never seen behavior in this room like we've seen over the last year. Many have already voiced sadness about the behavior of their neighbors. I choose to address my comments to Mayor Bronson, who is unfortunately not here in person today, and the staff who carry out your direction. First, I will quote the Anchorage Charter, the founding document of our city. It lays out clear governing rules for how our community is intended to function and our rights as residents. From the preamble, we, the people of Anchorage, in order to eliminate waste and duplication in government, to achieve common goals, to support individual rights, to form a more responsive government, and to secure maximum local control of local affairs, hereby establish this charter. In other words, the charter supports individual rights for all citizens, a responsive government, and equally important, to achieve common goals. We all share the goal of wanting a safe, civil, and prosperous city. This requires working together. I'd also like to quote from the Bill of Rights in the Charter. Number 10, the right to be heard at public hearings. And number 13, the right to have a public record of the actions of the Assembly. In other words, the public, all of us in Anchorage, have an equal and protected right to be heard, as well as the right to know what happens in this room. Mayor Bronson, the choices your administration have made are violations of this charter. Your obstruction of the Assembly conducting business, your undermining the Assembly chair who presides over meetings, and your role in flaming disrespectful and ungovernable behavior in this chamber. This infringes on the rights of all Alaska residents to speak safely and to be heard, and our expectation that our government is able to conduct its business. Your actions are violations of the oath of office that you took to uphold the charter of this city. And lastly, in my own words, governing is about maintaining order so that we can live peacefully together as a group. In a democracy, we use laws, we use rules, and we use public process to govern ourselves. And we expect the people we elect to lead us to do the same. There is a very thin line between order and violence. It is a line your administration continues to test, as we have all witnessed over the last 2 weeks. Weakening that fragile line serves no one. We must all choose order and work together to maintain that line. That starts at the top. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do our best not to clap during this part of the agenda so that people can be heard. Thank you, Ms. Brawley. And next on the agenda, we will have Sarah Prescott. Sarah Prescott filled an appearance request and was granted. Thank you very much for appearing, Ms. Prescott. Please state your name and what part of town you live in, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Prescott. I live in Spenard. I am the chair of the Public Transit Advisory Board. At our meeting last month, we passed a resolution in support of full funding for the Public Transit Department, and I'm here tonight to present that resolution. Public Transit Advisory Board Resolution 2021-03, a resolution of the Anchorage Public Transit Advisory Board supporting full funding for the Public Transit Department for 2022. Whereas the Public Transit Advisory Board was established to advise the Assembly and the Mayor on matters related to public transportation, and whereas the board is charged with making recommendations to the Assembly and Mayor on municipal policy with respect to budget review, capital improvement programs, and funding of public-owned and operated transit system, and whereas high-frequency transit routes provide an incentive to housing and commercial development and infill development over the long term, and whereas the new Route 85 will be implemented on September 20th, 2021, using a federal grant for service expansion, and a reduction in the Public Transportation Department's operating budget would jeopardize the use of that grant and the provision of service. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Public Transportation Advisory Board strongly recommends the Assembly and the Mayor continue to support the Public Transportation Department's 2022 budget, which contains no changes or increases from the current operating budget and not reduce the amount allocated during the quarterly budget revision process. This was passed and approved by the Anchorage Public Transit Advisory Board on the 9th of September, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your appearance. Next up, Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman has made an appearance request and it's been granted. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. My appearance request topic is the proper decorum when conducting public meetings. In a public meeting, the chair presides, and the chair is the one who designates a person permission to speak, not someone else. That includes the mayor, too. The chair is the one that presides and designates who can speak, no one else. Now, what has happened is when there's a public hearing, the public meeting is not a place for a rally. It's not a place for waving flags. It's not a place for people waving their hands in silence. All these are distractions from the party who is speaking, whether it's a member of the assembly, or a member of the public, or whoever has been recognized by the chair. The situation is, I would say, despicable. That's what has occurred here. A continued deterioration of the public process. How can one achieve in addressing any subject when we have this type of decorum? Now tonight, I guess it's rather quiet, but the mask thing has been put off to tomorrow for a meeting, and that may be one of the reasons why it's people more respectful in the room. But I see, unless we change and go into this direction and be respectful, the end result is this distraction that has happened when a person is speaking is preventing a situation for people to learn from one another from that discussion of the person who's designated to speak. The end result is people have made up their minds in the audience, and the end result is if it doesn't go with their agenda, then therefore they should interfere with those people speaking at the microphone. This is inappropriate behavior, totally inappropriate. And I remind you too, the idea of silently waving your hands out there and say whether you approve or not is distracting the public from paying attention to speaking at the microphone. This needs to stop. And I do not see the administration, even the assembly, having a handle of the situation. It's only gone to the extent that what's the next chapter when the mask thing is going to be addressed tomorrow at 6 o'clock. So I plead with you all to bring some respect. Those who are listening, and there's very few people in the room, it's time now, not later. It's now that we need to be respectful to one another. Thank you, with 2 seconds to spare. Oh, just one thing. No applause either at the distraction.
Yep, I don't disagree. Thank you, sir. Next, we will move on to audience participation. For this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay for the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who have difficulty staying for a public hearing on item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when the open public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For this part of the agenda, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have, and I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum in this meeting and ask for your assistance. Thank you and welcome, sir. Please state your name and where you live in town for the record.
Good evening. Andrew Elam Satterfield. It's a pleasure to be here. I do agree. Good times are about to come. And honor and respect is a very valuable thing to make sure that we are coordinated and working together as a body, as a city body. I come before you representing the Lord Jesus Christ, Elohim, the Most High God. and I decided to put him first in this public testimony. I honor you, Mr. Chair, and the Assembly, elected legislature, and the elected mayor and the staff that he chose to hire. I honor the law enforcement. I'm proud to be an American because of the law enforcement. I honor you, the clerks. Thank you for putting up with us. And the journalists, I thank you for coming in a time when it's ugly, but you're still recording the truth, and that is very valuable and important. I'd like to pull from the words of Jeremiah the prophet. He said, "Don't let the wise boast in their wisdom, or the powerful boast in their power, or the rich boast in their riches. But those who wish to boast should boast in this alone, that they truly know me, Adonai, and understand that I am the Lord who demonstrates unfailing love and who brings justice and righteousness to the earth, and that I delight in these things." That would be righteousness and justice. I, the Lord, have spoken. Again, he says, "Cursed are those who put their trust in mere humans, who rely on human strength and turn their hearts away from the Lord. They are like stunted shrubs in the desert with no hope for the future. But blessed are those who trust in the Lord and have made their Lord their hope and confidence." And I'll end with this. The human heart is the most deceitful of all things and desperately wicked. Who really knows how bad it is? But I, Adonai, the Lord, search all hearts and examine secret motives. I give all people their due rewards according to what their actions deserve. I would like to posit that we have left a place of honor and reverence for the Most High God to come up with our own wisdom, our own ways of solving these issues. That the legislative body and the administration need to look at how to unite and how to bring a city together as opposed to fighting and squabbling just because they are unhappy with who elected who. Lord Jesus Christ, you're welcome in this building. God, we ask that you would judge and govern this place with righteousness, justice, love. God, that the Beatitudes would be upheld. We repent for not taking care of the homeless, the wretched, the poor, and we invite you, Lord of heaven's armies, to come. Bring our elected officials together. Bring this city together, God, that we would glorify you in everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. I want to speak today about the divisive and false rhetoric championed by the mayor, the Eagle River member, and online groups such as Save Anchorage, and how it has negatively affected our community. Let's start with the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution are masks, items of clothing, or medical devices mentioned. Freedom of speech clearly does not mean that people have carte blanche to say anything, anywhere, anytime, which is something the framers quite clearly understood. However, the preamble clearly tasks the union with promoting the general welfare of the people. Stop damaging your credibility by weaponizing our Constitution in the hands of people who have likely never read it. Over the past week, there was a lot of talk about vaccine mandates by the mayor and within testimony. This is the municipality of Anchorage, and they are not passing a vaccine mandate. I don't think our municipal government would ever pass a vaccine mandate. This is not the place for that fight. At one point, the Eagle River member asked a testifier about riots, and today she's falsely spewing about left-wing violence in front of the library. We have no riots here. These are national issues that have no place in our city politics. Spreading hate-filled propaganda about these national issues, which have not happened on a local level, only creates division and fear. I think the Eagle River member and the mayor know that. So the real question here is, why would you want to spread such hate, division, and fear? Can you not see the destruction you are doing to our city with your propaganda, which you have weaponized in order to incite, and then push a false narrative that these loud, angry bullies you have incited are some kind of persecuted and victimized silent majority? Do the ends justify the means? I understand that not everyone who spoke here last week was involved in this week-long spewing of incivility and hatred. There were many intelligent, compelling, and heart-rendering testimonies. There were many voices that should have been heard. Unfortunately, their words were overshadowed by yellow stars, grandstanding, mockery, slurs, insults, hypocrisy, shouting, scheming, booing, jeering, spitballs, intimidation, threats, and arrests. All actions sanctioned, encouraged, and some even undertaken by the mayor and the Eagle River member, and culminating with the mayor endangering every person in this room in an unprecedented removal of security, police, and the fire marshal in an act of retaliation and intimidation. Is this the new direction that our city is coming to? Mayor Bronson, we are all paying a price now. I've been here for over 40 years, and I can promise you what I have witnessed this past week is not Alaska. This is not Anchorage. This may be you, but this is not us. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and where you live in town. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Lindsay Durrell. I am a resident of District 4 in Midtown, and I've been an Anchorage resident for over 30 years. This is my first time providing testimony to the Assembly, and frankly, this is the last place that I would like to be right now. But I feel compelled to be here based on what I have seen in these chambers, in the media, and online the past few weeks. When Friday's meeting was canceled after 2 members of the administration tested positive, I saw people laughing and making comments like they got what they deserve. On Saturday, I got a flyer in the mail about how our city is being torn apart and asking others to take responsibility for the groups that they lead. It was sent anonymously. At the top was written, "Anchorage is better than this." Based on much of the discourse lately, it's not better than this, but it can be. 2 years ago, we thought of our Anchorage neighbors as mothers and fathers, children, siblings, friends, and coworkers. We related to them as fellow Alaskans. Now we have reduced them down to their opinion on a proposed mandate. One single thought out of complex, evolving human beings. One single thought that wasn't even in our consciousness 2 years ago. Our families, friends, and neighbors have been divided. We have divided ourselves, and we're judging the morality, the entire value of other humans based on this choice. We all feel desperate, and we're shouting about how we're the victims and the other group is the tormentors, and we're confused how anyone could think it could be vice versa. I'm doing this for the greater good, they say. They'll thank me later. What's lost in all of this labeling, this division, and this blame is our humanity, our ability to simply see other human beings just as they are as human beings. And in that, they're just like us, and they wanted to be treated like human beings just like we do. Maybe in pointing fingers, we are all missing the point, when instead we could look in the mirror. How are we helping? How are we hurting? This virus isn't the only hurtful thing that's coming out of our mouths. The discourse this past week has shown us exactly who we are, and the question now isn't just about masks. It's who do we want to be? Maybe in remembering our own humanity, we can save humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Looks like we'll have time for 2 more speakers. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Aloha kako, my name is Melanie Lee, and I'm represented by the Midtown District for Zalatel and Riviera. Why was Clifford Armstrong, the 3rd Municipality of Anchorage's Chief Equity Officer, escorted out of City Hall last week? On May 3rd, 2021, at a nonpartisan mayoral debate hosted live in Anchorage, then candidate Dave Bronson, now mayor, said, "I do not accept the notion, the assumption whatsoever that there is systemic racism in Anchorage, certainly not in the Anchorage Police Department. When you look at the broken families, which are the real cause of the terrible outcomes in our minorities, that's the cause of the problem." Let me repeat that again. Mayor Dave Bronson does not believe that there is systemic racism in Anchorage. He said it himself. When you look at the broken families, which are the real cause of the terrible outcomes in our minorities, that is the cause of the problem. Is anyone listening? Does anyone hear what he is saying, what he believes? It is apparent to me that Dave Bronson does not care for my families, my BIPOC families.
Chair, point of order.
Mrs. Allard, you're recognized. What is your point of order?
I guess personal attacks are now allowed. This is taking a personal attack. If the person wants to state anything, please make sure that the individual testifying is not doing personal attacks on any members of the Assembly, nor Mayor Bronson.
Thank you. And as we have all come to understand over the last 2 years, it's the public's right to speak that you are asking me to infringe upon at this time, and I will not do that. So the speaker is allowed to proceed.
Thank you for your biased opinion.
He has confirmed his anti-BIPOC stance again and again, from not showing up to BIPOC spaces and refusing to build relationships with us or in our communities, and using religious and horrific genocide experience by our Jewish neighbors to further fuel flame, and now illegally preventing Clifford Armstrong III, the true Municipality of Anchorage's Chief Equity Officer, who is also a black man, from doing his work to help make sure Anchorage is a more equitable place for us all. As you can see in the subsection chapter of the code for the municipality, in section A1C, the chief equity officer may be dismissed by the mayor only for cause shown and only with the concurrence of a majority of the assembly. I have not seen that cause, and I have not seen that consent from the assembly. Again, I'm asking Mayor Dave Bronson, why was Clifford Armstrong III, the Municipality of Anchorage's chief equity officer, escorted out of City Hall, and he was currently being prevented from doing the incredibly important work that he was hired to do? I am also incredibly disappointed because he has replaced Mr. Armstrong with Junior Amave as a temporary person in figurehead-only status with no actual municipality authority to carry out the necessary work to ensure that Black, Indigenous, Hmong, Polynesian, and many other folks who we share this land together have an equitable chance at life. I'm also incredibly disappointed in Junior for taking this role because I want to see my Polynesian people be lifted up, but not like this and not at the expense of Clifford Armstrong on some political stunt, and to continue Mayor Dave Bronson's fascist regime, who claims back in April 2021 in a letter to the APDEA that Mayor Dave Bronson believes that our federal constitution is a near perfect document. But here we are in Dave Bronson's administration today. There is no democracy here. There is no truthfulness in this administration. There is no we the people, a perfect union, established justice for all.
Your time has expired.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks.
And this will be the last speaker. Welcome. Please again state your name and what part of town you live in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert McNeely from District 4. A lot of District 4 speakers tonight. I just want to start by thanking the members of the Anchorage Assembly. I wish more were here tonight so I can thank them in person, especially you, Mr. Constant and Mr. Weddleton. I was the city beat reporter for K2U, Channel 2, and Channel 5, which is also CBS. For the last couple of months, I moved from Chicago to Anchorage, and it's been the absolute pleasure of a lifetime, a dream come true, a career change. I have absolutely loved covering the Assembly, the administration as well. Thank you for being so accessible to the media. It has been just a pleasure, as I said before, and really covering this beautiful city, these wonderful people, and your institutions. I just wanted to share my personal story. A week and a half ago, I was terminated by our corporate entity, Gray Television. I have pre-existing conditions, and I have 2 medical exemptions. I cannot receive the COVID-19 vaccine. After a vaccine mandate was implemented by the company, shortly after I was hired in the summer, they did not give me any reasonable accommodations to continue in my work. This is also after having had the disease COVID-19 last year, which built up a number of antibodies, but I did share the entire health history that I don't wish to share here. I just ask of you, all of you, and I don't like to share my personal opinion being a journalist, to avoid any further mandates, whether that be masks, but especially vaccine mandates. They do not work. Thousands of Americans are going through what I'm going through right now. You know, sometimes can't eat, can't sleep because I don't know where my next paycheck is coming from. I am otherwise a healthy, able-bodied individual and a professional individual. And this has been a very trying, emotional, horrible time. Just to close up here, I'd like to read something I read over, just found on Facebook today, someone by the name of Krista Lee in the medical field, but not someone I don't know personally, but she is or was a nurse, and she put a poem to paper. This week I gave up being a nurse. I worked my final shift. This week I showed my children, from your values, never drift. Take the shot or turn in my keys. I just ran out of time. The email laying out my fate burned forever in my mind. No choice, no say, no exemptions heard. The mandate made it clear. I must comply to keep my job, sacrificing my health, I fear. I look my husband in the eyes, he's got to make enough. Pushing the fears, he will be next. Paying the mortgages will be rough. Standing strong in my conviction, I do accept my fate. watching those around me fold the pressure they could not take. And it goes on, but this happened to me. And I'm asking from a constitutional perspective.
So we're out of time. Is there anyone with a question? No, I'm sorry, Robert. I'm grateful for the service you made to the city and your coverage, and that's the time we have.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I appreciate your time tonight.
And if you're interested, send your poem by email. Everyone will get it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. And with that, we have concluded public testimony for the evening. Initial public testimony will have final audience participation at the end. And next, we will move on to audience participation. Audience participation. Yeah, look at me. Consent agenda. Item 10 on the agenda. So from here, consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine items such as bid awards, new business and information reports. Under our rules of procedure, items in 10A through F are not required to be set for a public hearing. If you wish to provide testimony on these, the time was just now an initial audience participation. So,
Chair, point of information, please.
Yes, what is your question, Mrs. Allard?
I apologize, but the individual who just testified, could we get his name, please? And perhaps his email. I'm not really sure how to do it since I'm not on site.
Yep, thanks. And I'm sure he'll email us, but it's Robert McNeely. So next, the consent agenda. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So now we're going to go across the dais and ask members if they have items that they would like to pull. And we will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. A1, A2, 10 Delta 28, and 12A.
Yeah, thank you. 12A is not on the consent agenda, so it'll be heard. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And next, Mrs. Allard. Mrs. Allard, do you have
Thank you, Chair. Looking at 10 Delta 31, I believe, because I can't see the screen, if that is the one for the 50,000 allocation for legal, the one that was laid on the table.
Yeah, thank you. That one is, yeah, that's the one that's pulled.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull items 10 Delta 1 through 10 Delta 22. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's 10 Delta 1 through 10 Delta 22. Next, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next, Ms. LaFrance, Chair LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull two items, 10 Delta 30 and 10 Echo 3.
All right. And next will be Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull items 10 Golf 2, 10 Golf 3, and I believe all of the other items have been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar, do you have any items?
Yeah. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. My items are already.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe all of my items have been pulled. Just a point of clarification. Did the administration want Golf 1 pulled as well, or did that change?
Which one?
Ms. LaFrance would know that.
Which item?
10 Golf 1.
Okay. I don't know. The administration, Mr. Wilbur?
Through the chair, no, the administration would not like to pull 10 Golf 1. Originally, we thought
Okay.
that would be something
Thank you.
we got it cleared away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of the items that I had have already been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
All right, we'll go through the list now. We have 10A1, 10A2, 10D1 through 22, 10D28, 10D30, 10D31, 10E3, 10G2, and 10G3. So, Mr. Rivera, were you to pull 10A5? Okay, that's the Filipino Heritage Month.
I am more than happy to pull 10A5. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, so with all those items pulled off, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Is there any objection to unanimous approval of the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can I just confirm before we vote that the emergency ordinance for testing is 12A and does not therefore need to be pulled? I think that's what you were telling Mr. Weddleton.
Yes, it will be heard as 12A, as it is not part of the
Great.
consent agenda. It's not in the 10s. Okay.
That's what I thought. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Any objections? So hearing no objection, the consent agenda is now approved minus the pulled items for the public's information. The Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. If you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. So next we'll move on to items from the consent agenda. Item 10A1, Resolution 2021-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Teresa Steensgaard for her service and dedication to our community. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Is there any objection? That item is adopted. Who is reading? And I believe Ms. Steensgaard will be on the phone. Do we have her called up? Oh, she's here. Oh, welcome.
And I'm
Okay,
reading.
great. I'm sorry, you're here today.
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
All right, so Ms. Quinn Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Teresa Steensgaard for her service and dedication to our community. Whereas Teresa Steensgaard began her career at the municipality on January 28, 1991 as an accounting clerk 2 in the cash management section of the Treasury Division in the Finance Department, where she worked her way up to head cashier and was responsible for consistently processing hundreds of counter customer payments each month, representing a significant chunk of the section's workload. And whereas Teresa was promoted and came to the Controller's Division in February 2002, where she worked her way up from a junior administrative officer to reconciliation accountant, and where she worked in a newly created section of the Controller's Division, the reconciliation section. Due to the conversion from the legacy system to PeopleSoft, Teresa was responsible for the timely and accurate monthly reconciliation of multiple years of the municipality's largest bank accounts. And whereas Teresa was then promoted to senior accountant in April 2005, where she continued to be responsible for the reconciliation of the municipal bank accounts, to include having a major role in converting all of the muni's accounts from First National Bank of Alaska to Key Bank. She also worked with unclaimed property and began accounting for and reporting the activity of the LRSA funds. And whereas Teresa was promoted again within the Controller's Division to senior staff accountant in July 2010. In this position, she performs as the fund accountant for the 5 major funds, the minor funds and LRSA funds, which make up the municipality's general fund. And whereas Teresa is instrumental in the creation of the fund balance calculation, a crucial document used in the completion of the first quarter budget revisions. And whereas Teresa handles one of the most difficult workloads, both in complexity and diversity, she always performs admirably and above all expectations. And whereas Teresa is instrumental in the creation of the annual financial report, the AFR, specific to the general fund financial statements, the general fund detail statements, and required supplementary information. She has been involved in 20 AFRs and annual municipal audits during her time in the Controller's Division. And whereas Teresa has a tremendous ability to self-direct and is always timely with her work, she is the first one to volunteer to assist the Controller's Division in times of need and always goes the extra mile in everything that she does. And whereas after 30 years of service to the municipality, Teresa is an extremely valued asset and a wonderful coworker. Teresa is appreciated and well regarded by her colleagues for her ability to establish strong working relationships because of her strong communication skills, her sense of professionalism, the ease with which she develops a rapport with others, and her sense of humor. Because of her great attitude and willingness to go the extra mile whenever called upon, many of her colleagues also consider her to be a warm and trusted friend. She is retiring from the Muni and has plans to spend time with family and friends. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Teresa Steensgaard is recognized and honored for her service, dedication, and 30-year contribution to the municipality and residents of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of October, 2021.
Hi, I'm Molly Morrison. I'm the controller of the municipality. Teresa seems overcome, but we just want to say we appreciate her, of course, and we appreciate this appreciation for her because all of these things are totally true and we will miss her terribly much. She's irreplaceable. And congratulations and have a wonderful time in your retirement.
Thank you very much. I did want to say one thing, please. As I sat here, sorry, I don't speak in public very often. And I listened to all the people in their divisions. I just want everybody to know that for 30 years I worked in the finance department. I never thought that would be my career. And one thing, this is the greatest group of people you could ever hope to work with. Well, I have worked with people from every religion, every minority. Women, men together, and we've all strived to put out the best product for this city. And I just want to thank every supervisor, manager, and coworker that I've ever worked with for the last 30 years for being supportive, understanding, and most of all, being great friends. And I will definitely miss working for the city. And I just hope that everybody in the city could see and enjoy working in a place that was as great as the finance department. So thank you. I want to thank the mayor, the assembly, and all the citizens of Anchorage for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Before you walk away, I just want to say from myself, thank you for a lifetime of service to the people of the city of Anchorage. And remember the days when it wasn't so divided, because those days will come again.
Yes, they will. I'm sure we'll once again have potlucks in our offices and enjoy friendship and camaraderie. Thank you.
Again, thank you for a life of service. Next, we have item 10A5. I'm sorry, 10A2. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Move to postpone to November.
Okay, let me read it first.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
go ahead.
John. Mr. Welton. 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-327, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, recommending all men over 50 discuss screening with their healthcare provider, and encouraging support for prostate cancer research. Now,
move to postpone to November 23rd, and I'd like to speak briefly to that.
Second.
Mr. Welton, you have the floor.
The folks who want to come and accept this and set up a table out front were worried about just general COVID in the community, but also there's a little irony here when it's saying get tested for prostate cancer quick, and we keep postponing it, which is what people do. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. There was a mover. Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Salatel seconded. Is there any objection to postponing that item to November 23rd? Hearing no objection, that item is now postponed to November 23rd. Now, Mr. Turner, would you call the recipient for item 10A5?
Hello?
Hello, good evening. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly.
Oh, hi, Christopher.
Hi there. So just stand by, all right?
Okay.
So before us is item 10A5, resolution number AR 2021-343, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 21, 2021 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and the United States. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there an objection to the adoption of this item?
Okay.
I'm hearing no objection. Ma'am, would you please turn your TV volume down?
Okay.
Thank you.
Television down.
So, yeah, would you mute your TV? Because we can hear it coming through. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So who's reading? Is it Mr. Rivera?
Yes, I will be reading.
All right, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2021 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage, the state of Alaska, the United States of America. Whereas the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the United States was on October 18, 1587, and the first Filipinos arrived in Alaska in 1788 on the fur trading ship the Iphigenia Nubiana, and during the early 1900s began settling in Alaska, first in the coastal villages in Southeast and in Bristol Bay, and by the 1930s in Anchorage. And whereas Filipino Americans have a rich history of public and military service and participation in leadership in social justice movements, including the United Farm Workers Movement, the Fight for Ethnic Studies, the Hawaii Sugar Plantation Strikes, the Washington Yakima Strikes, and the anti-martial law movements. And whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society's 2021 Filipino American History Month theme is 50 years since the first Young Filipino Peoples Far West Convention, marking the 50th anniversary of the meeting of over 300 young Filipinos at Seattle University in 1971, a convention that is hailed as the beginning of the Filipino American movement, and whose theme was a quest for emergence. And whereas during the current global health pandemic, we recognize the advocacy, leadership, courage, and service of Filipino American frontline workers and healthcare workers, including the members of the Philippine Nurses Association of Alaska, who are on the front lines of the current health crisis. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 2021 as Filipino American History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of October 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Madam, I don't actually know who we called. Would you say your name for the record, and then would you like to share your thoughts with us, please?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lo Leonardo Crawford, and I am representing the Filipino communities of Anchorage. We are honored and pleased that the Assembly has issued a resolution to mark October 2021 as Filipino American History Month. The Filipino communities of Anchorage are most appreciative of this recognition. It is heartening to know that the Assembly sees us and recognizes our impactful contributions to our city and to our state's history and progress. Filipino Americans represent all facets of the community, and we are a strong presence in Anchorage. We are proud of our past and the contributions that were made, and continue to be made in public and military service and participation and leadership in social justice movements. We especially acknowledge your nod to the advocacy, leadership, courage, and service of Filipino-American frontline workers and healthcare workers, especially during this pandemic. President Biden's statement marking the month expressed his gratitude to Filipino Americans for enriching and strengthening the United States, echoes this Assembly's resolution. He added, quote, "May we celebrate their stories, culture, and contributions today and every day, and may their resilience continue to inspire us all," end quote. We, the Filipino communities of Anchorage, celebrate and accept this most welcome resolution and are grateful to the Assembly for the recognition. Thank you from the bottom of our collective hearts.
Thank you as well. We do recognize the contributions of the Filipino-American community. All right, thank you, ma'am. Next, we are on to items 10D1 through 10D22. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone items 10D1 through 10D22 to the meeting of November 9th.
Second.
Thank you. That item is moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I had hoped to postpone this just 2 weeks to October 27th, but it looks like that will be a packed day. So instead, the motion I made was to postpone these items to November 9th. As folks know, October tends to be a busy month for appointments to boards and commissions. Seeing as this is the first batch of these appointments from the Bronson administration, and that there are questions about vacancies and the decision to fill slots that already have appointees, I'd like to give us a few weeks for us to hold a work session and hear from the administration and delve into these issues. I wish there was a more artful way for me to do it other than just postponing all of the items, but I think this is going to be the cleanest way for us to do our job and for the administration to present to the body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weddleton, you're recognized.
To the administration, many of these seats would expire on October 14th, and I think it's fairly traditional to let people retain their seats until they're replaced. Would that be the intent in this case?
That would be the case, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to put myself in the queue just very briefly to add that the Title IV governs our boards and commissions, provides for an automatic holdover period for sitting members at the end of their term. Their terms are for 3 years and normally end October 14th, but under AMC 4.05.040, to avoid a vacancy until a new appointment can be made and confirmed, an appointed member's term is extended until a new appointment is confirmed up to a maximum of 120 days. This happens by operation of law. As Mr. Rivera had stated, I concur that these items are pulled for boards and commissions and postponed until the next available meeting to give us time to review and think through this very large volume of appointments in the context that there have been some misunderstandings communicated to members of commissions who were told to reapply but didn't need to, and the details of the list of appointees will be sorting through at a work session, so I concur. Next, I have Mr. Presverdia in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you clarified my question in terms of what's actually happening, that you're doing these in one lump bulk, all of these together. Is that right? We're voting on them all together?
Yes.
Okay. And so I would just add a comment that I agree with Mr. Rivera. I was challenged to do the type of research necessary to really understand who these people are and their qualification for these different appointments. And so I appreciate the additional time for us to be able to make sure that we're learning about them and making an informed decision. So I appreciate and would encourage my colleagues to support this postponement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. You're in the queue. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to maybe ask the same question in a little different way, but if we have people who are on these boards and commissions that actually don't have a currently authorized term. We don't have, well, I'm hoping we don't have, that's the question. Do we then not have to worry about quorums for any of these commissions, that they can still meet regularly, and even though somebody doesn't have a currently authorized appointment to that board, that we are still considering that they are actually a functioning and authorized member, and they will still be able to meet quorum expectations for those boards and commissions.
So
that's my
thank
question.
you, Ms. Kennedy. I'll take a stab, and I would hope that Mr. Gates would kind of curb me if I get anything wrong here. But new appointees who have yet to be confirmed do not take office, do not take the position until such a time as they are in fact confirmed. Those whose terms are continuing or being reappointed or have come to the expiration date but are not beyond 120 days of their expiration date, they will be continued as a member active and voting. Mr. Gates, did I get that correct? Can't hear him. Are you there, Mr. Gates?
Hello, this is Dean Gates. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was actually reading something and I missed the last part of the question.
So the question Ms. Kennedy asked, why don't I let you ask it again, Ms. Kennedy? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gates, the question is, if we have people who are currently serving on these boards and commissions, but their term has expired, but we can technically allow them to stay on the board, are they still considered to be able to make quorum even if their term has not been reauthorized yet? So the question is there a question of whether or not quorums can still be established even with people attending on an expired term basis? Thanks.
Yes, they can. That section in code, section 40540, it's an operation of law, and their terms are considered extended. So they continue to serve in the same capacity as they did previously for up to 120 days, and including for quorum and voting and so forth.
So, Ms. Kennedy,
Okay, thank you.
he affirmed.
And then if I could follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Okay, if we have commissions and boards now, though, that do not have enough members in their membership, people that literally have maybe let their commission or their term expire, or they have quit the commission or board, but if we have vacancies that basically end up with a membership then that doesn't have enough to even constitute a quorum, are we leaving any of these boards that are in section D1 through D22, are we leaving any of those boards without a quorum by waiting so long to deal with the new appointments? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, and I'll answer that question. That's more of a policy question. These items came to us in a stack of, I think, 22 documents with 40 or 50 names associated, and there's just no attempt, there's no opportunity to do due diligence because they landed so late, and the time to do this is now. It's October. And so I think that the question before us is, shall we take a month to read through these 45 names and understand which ones are exactly what you just described and get to the business? So I think the answer is both yes, and we are proceeding with all due haste.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, anyone else? Hearing no one else, members may proceed
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
Why, can you let
Mr. Wilbur, sorry.
Through the chair, I put in a request to speak. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Baker.
Mr. Chairman, as was previously there is some boards and commissions currently that members have left and quorums have been a problem, and that's and particularly I think that I don't know that you should pull any particular out, but planning and zoning, the planning commission, UDC, those are very important bodies that really need a quorum in order to keep the city's business going. So just as a word of caution, I know that it's a heavy lift here this evening, but we already have some problems with people that have left early and that there are vacancies, and so just want to put that on the record for you.
Thanks. And Mr. Baker, the good news is the items for the UDC planning and zoning are actually set in a different section. Okay. I don't have the items number for me. They're 10G1, 10G2, planning board, 10G3, 10G4, and so those items will proceed in the regular order of business. They are not pulled for the purposes of this conversation. These are all kind of those non-quasi-judicial boards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Weddleton.
No, thanks. Excuse me, and I do want to reiterate, the ones that we're pulling are advisory boards, which are important, but they're not the quasi-judicial ones that have, will hold up projects and so on. And I want to do two thank yous. One is to all the people who have offered their time to be on these boards. I mean, it's super important for Anchorage to have people serve on these boards. And this is a long list, and it's really encouraging to see that. And also thank you to the administration, because it does seem like there's renewed energy into filling these boards, which is really important. So it's a whole lot in a hurry that's kind of got us balking a bit, but it really is also a sign of really good effort that I appreciate. Thank you.
Thanks, and I certainly would agree with that. And we would be setting a work session to sit down and talk through the methodology that was used in order to come to who is eligible, which seats, because I think there are a number of lists out there, what the terms are, what the dates are, and so we need to get on to a shared sheet of music so we can play a song together. So anyone else wish to be in the queue? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Was that a yes, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes. Chair, I have a point of order, please.
Mrs. Allard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, is this a vote in order to postpone the appointees or appointments of the boards and commissions?
I didn't quite hear your question. Did you say what's the date? It's November 9.
Okay, so we've moved to postpone this, correct? That's what I'm voting on. I'm just trying to, I don't see it on the screen.
No, yeah, that's right.
These are
all move to postpone every one of these items to November 9th, where we'll have a work session and get ourselves up to speed on all these resumes and seats and who's in.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Back to the vote.
Ms. Allard, I had your vote as a yes. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. It's still a yes.
Okay, thank you.
That motion passes. So item 10D1, 10D1 through 1022 will be back before us on November the 9th. Next, we have item 10D28, which is Assembly Memorandum 675-2021, cooperative purchase with Kendall Ford of Anchorage for 10 2022 3/4 ton 4x4 super cab short bed pickups, 4 2022 3/4 ton 4x4 crew cab short bed pickups, 1 22 1-ton 4x4 regular cab long bed pickup, 1 2022 1-ton 4x4 super cab long bed pickup, and 1 2022 1-ton 4x4 crew cab long bed pickup for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Fleet for the amount of $584,734, and I will not be taking over for Cal Worthington. So is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess a couple of questions. I don't know if Ms. Alger wants to come up and answer them or something. It is, and also thank you, Chair, for having to read that. I apologize. She did really well. You know, it's, I guess I would encourage voting for this, but I have some questions. We've seen in the last 3 meetings quite a number of vehicle purchases, which is It's not unusual. We do that. We need them for the fleet. It seems like a lot in a hurry, and my kind of hesitancy on these things, though I've supported them, is, we've all heard that this is a really expensive time to be buying vehicles because they're having trouble building them because of the chip shortages and so on. And I bought a used vehicle a year ago, and I paid like new prices for it, and it drove me crazy. And that's still going on. So, can we postpone these for a year is one question. And another is, what are they replacing and how old are they? Are these are vehicles that are simply not running anymore? Can we struggle through for another year? And then the third question is, what do we do with the vehicles that these replace?
Through the chair.
Ms. Aldry, recognized.
Mr. Weldon, I'll answer those as best I can. The last question you asked is, what do we do with the vehicles that we're replacing? We have a contract with Grubstake Auction, and we sell the vehicles through auction and put the money back in the general fund. The second one asked...
Miss Aldry, could you speak real close to the mic? And
I'm sorry.
Everyone else, please speak real close to the mic for the folks on the phone. Thanks.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat what I said? No? Okay. The second item you asked, how old are the ones that we're replacing? Why are we replacing them? The ones that we are replacing are well past their end of life, which is 10 years. And the reason that we are seeking to do so now, we have attempted to replace other vehicles several times, and we attempted to buy some Tahoes that the manufacturer canceled. We attempted to buy some Expeditions that the manufacturer canceled. Same thing with some Equinox vehicles, and now we've moved on to a vehicle that's called Escape. So what's happening right now, what we're seeing is the prices are a little bit higher, but they are continuing to go up. And the dealers have let us know that fleet quantities will not return to normal for a minimum of 2 years, if not more. So the expectation is the costs are going to continue to go up, as well as, the availability of parts. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your other question.
No, I think you encompassed them all in that one.
Okay.
So, no, that's good. I guess that's what I needed to hear. So, thank you.
So I guess the punchline would be get them while you can.
Kinda, yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. No, seeing none. No one in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on AM 675-2021.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right. AM 675-2021 passes a vote 11-0. Next, we have item 10D30. 10D30 is Assembly Memorandum 681-2021, contract with Resource Data Inc. for professional services on the Assembly Reapportionment Project. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Ms. Zelatil. This item is now before us. Suzanne, since you pulled it, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is a floor amendment for this item, and so move to amend.
Second.
So
Thank
there
you.
is amendment number 1 to 3 that's been moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe this is just title floor amendment to AM 681-2021. And the purpose of it is that the Vice Chair, the Chair, Assembly Budget Analyst, Assembly Council, and others have been working with the Acting Municipal Manager and the CFO to fund certify this contract. And this amendment will reduce the amount to $100,000, which is already in the Assembly operating budget. And using this as the source of funds will enable the reapportionment committee to move forward with the process. Would you like me to go through and walk through the changes to the 3 lines?
I do, but before you do that, check with the clerk to see that they've been emailed. All right, so you should check your email, and you should have a version of those if you're able to check your email now. So why don't you proceed, Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 3 lines that are proposed to be amended. The first, line 23, amend to remove requested, the line fund cert requested. And then line 24, amend the account string from 261010-101000-29 00000XXX-540-640, and the amount from 172,530 and 72 cents to the following: 101-000-102-100-530-380, $75,000. 101-000-102-100-540-160, $25,000. And then line 25, amend to remove subject to appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Chair, this is Ms. Allard.
Ms. Allard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to know if we can get the administration to speak and see how they feel about it, just so I can hear what they're thinking too, please.
Mr. Wilbur.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Allard. I think the proposed amendment is a great approach to advance the project for the redistricting that the Assembly is going on. I think the source of funds is already inside the Assembly's budget, and I think it will be able to, they'll get started right away with this approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Allard. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, that amendment has been adopted, 11-0. Before us is the main motion. Anyone wish to speak on this item? So I would put myself in the queue if no one else wishes to speak. The appropriation originally was about 175, and there are some numbers within that total that are moving targets that might go up or down slightly towards the end of the project as we work with the contractor, in particular to provide some public access tools so the public can draw their own maps and submit them based on the rules that are set by the contractor and our committee work and the body. And what we have contemplated, since we just didn't have the funds certified yet at this time, we moved money within our budget that we were able to find $100,000. The difference will likely be before us in the 2022 budget process, because this project will run from now until completed, which we anticipate to be February, March. And so because of that timeline, we will need funds for next year's budget. And so there was a good logical reason for us to move in the direction we did. So with that, I urge your support. And with this contract approved, we will get to work on that very soon. Anyone else wish to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. With that, AM 681-2021 contract with RDI for reapportionment services is passed by the body 11-0. Now I would ask members to make a motion to reconsider immediately and urge a no vote.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to immediately reconsider this item so the work can begin tomorrow. I would urge a no vote. Members, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Presbertia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
On a vote of 0 to 11, that motion to reconsider fails. Next up, we have item 10D31, which is a contract for professional legal services with Birch, Horton, Bittner, and Shrew, not to exceed $50,000. Provide legal counsel to the Assembly related to separation of powers issues. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. France, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Discussion from the members.
Mr. Chair, I'm not
Kennedy.
quick enough on the text, but I'd like to be in the queue, please.
You are free to speak. You have the floor.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear, so
Sorry.
did you
Go
say
ahead.
I'm recognized?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to have an answer to a question on this one before we proceed, because I really want clarification on why this is not a conflict of interest, considering the attorney that will actually be looking at this particular issue. I certainly understand the desire to have these questions answered, but my concern is that with the attorney's firm that was actually chosen, that it appears that Mr. Falsey, and please, nothing personally against Mr. Falsey, that's for sure, but considering what this body has done recently to favor a position for Mr. Falsey within that firm by approving the waiver for the employment restriction that we did back, I think it was August, I believe. I can get a date on that. But anyway, I just want, because Mr. Falsey was a previous member of the previous member of the previous administration, and because he was currently given a waiver in order to continue working with this firm and with some issues that could potentially be muni issues, I just wanted to make sure that there is
Ms.
no
Kennedy,
potential.
could you please hold on for a minute? I just want security to note that we have a disruption.
Okay.
Ma'am, please. Please, madam, this is not the time. You have been warned. All right, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. You can proceed.
So thank you. Yes, I just want some clarification from legal in terms of why this would not be considered a conflict of interest, considering who would actually have this contract, where we have had other connections with the municipality, and like I said, most recently that this assembly granted an employment waiver for this particular individual to actually be handling other issues that are pertinent to the muni. So anyway, it's definitely, for me, it's a huge conflict of interest issue. So if somebody could address that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And the date of that particular assembly meeting where the waiver, the employment waiver was granted was August 10th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gates, are you listening? Are you watching? Thank
Good
you.
catch. I'm watching,
Thank you. You have the
Mr.
floor.
Chair, and I will try to address Mrs. Kennedy's question and concern, and her concern was that Mr. Falsey, who was named there with that law firm, Birch Horton, Bittner and Shiro, formerly was our municipal manager and formerly a municipal attorney. And I think Mrs. Kennedy mentioned that he previously had a waiver under our ethics code. And I guess I'm not sure if she was concerned he needs a waiver now for this work or if that waiver is being applied here. However, I wanted to, and I pulled up the code while she was speaking to it. The code section is, Code of Ethics 115-130A, and it's the general one-year rule that an employee who leaves municipal service may not, for 1 year after leaving municipal service, represent, advise, or assist a person for compensation. And here's the key words. Regarding a matter that was under consideration by the administrative unit served by the employee, if the municipal employee participated personally and substantially in the matter through the exercise of official action. And then this subsection matter includes a case, proceeding, application, contract, or determination that does not include consideration of ordinances, resolutions, charter amendments, draft legislative measures, or the adoption of regulations, if consideration by the employee was only in the context of general application, end quote. I'm sorry to read so much of the code section. I kind of brought up for my own benefit here as well. In the previous waiver that was granted Mr. Fossey in August, that was relevant to a specific issue regarding an easement, and it was possibly, I guess, that well, I don't want to misstate from my memory, but there was some possible adversity, maybe not, and he needed that waiver to represent a different party than the municipality in that issue. And here it's just quite different, actually. As far as I know and can recall, and in the past year that I've worked in this role, we didn't have these separation of powers issues and adverse positions with the administration that we've been experiencing this past couple months. And that's really one of the reasons for this contract. So during Mr. Fossey's employment that was less than a year ago, I think he left employment in December. He didn't work on these separation of powers issues as far as I know. We didn't have them at that time. So there wasn't like a specific case or proceeding or application or contract like there was in that August or waiver that was granted. So I did not see any potential conflict. I think that what he's being possibly asked to work on are things of general application and separation of powers issues as they apply to several specific incidents, I guess, that I've been asked to advise on. And frankly, there's a number of them, and I'm a little overwhelmed trying to keep up with the usual flow of work. And so that's why we're asking for this contract. And Mr. Fossey does have expertise given his experience. I don't think that conflicts him out in this case.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
You absolutely may.
Thank you. I don't want the point to be missed here in what this actually looks like. And, again, I like Mr. Falsey. I'm not trying to particularly pick on him about this, but the point is he is in the middle of something that he has had significant connections with a past administration and this current assembly. And so it's not so much that he needs a waiver for being able to do his job with this particular firm. That's not it at all. But the problem is, and the way I see it, is this assembly has granted a benefit by giving the waiver to Mr. Falsey. On the other hand, Mr. Falsey was a candidate in the same race for mayor that the current mayor was. So they were basically opposing each other in the run for mayor. So just looking at this, even from just a public relations perspective, doesn't look good. So I'm not questioning Mr. Falsey's ability to talk about the separation of powers idea, but unfortunately, the idea of being able to completely come forward with an unbiased opinion on this, I do question, because, again, he has already been favored by an approval vote for the waiver by this assembly, and he has been a candidate for mayor against the current mayor. So I am really looking at this from the real optics of it as to not only what it would look like to the public, but really the position that it puts Mr. Falsey in to be able to prove to everyone that he would be able to come up with a truly unbiased opinion on this whole question of separation of powers. So for that reason, I can't support this, and I would hope that we would absolutely look at this with a little bit of a broader eye, and actually of the other three that are there and available, as potential, that we would actually choose one of those who doesn't have this close of a potential bias problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I have a number of people in the queue. Ms. Salatil first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard counsel to say that whether or not someone has a conflict is fact-specific, and the conflict is based on what the topic of the representation is. I don't believe Mr. Falsey has a conflict, and I believe Mr. Falsey is a professional who will give legal advice based on the ethics that control legal advice. So I urge that we go ahead and approve this. I do not believe the prior conflict waiver on the narrow issue with regard to the railroad has anything to do with the question before us. And I appreciate Ms. Kennedy's comments, but the Assembly and its leadership, I think, are in the best position with council, with our own council, to determine who is in the best position to provide this representation, which is very important at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Next, we have Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. So, I appreciate Ms. Kennedy's points, and I had voted against the waiver back in August relating to his representation on the Stewart's Trail issue. Because he had worked on the other side, essentially on the municipal side, and then going over there, I think kind of violated that, revolving door issue that we have the law to prevent. But in this case, that doesn't exist. And I think Mr. Falsey has extremely unique qualifications for this, having been in the administration and knowing the needs of the mayor's team, that side of our city government, and also knowing our code extremely well. So, and essentially the law is the law. I expect from him an evaluation of the law.
Mr. Weddleton, just 1 minute. Could you please mute your phones for the folks that are on the phone?
Thanks. The law is the law, and I don't see that him having run for mayor would change any of that. So we've got really an incredible opportunity with someone spectacularly qualified, having been in the administration, to evaluate the separation of powers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Next up, we have Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my points, I think, have been made already, but I did just want to say, it's not about a waiver. This contract doesn't pertain to the past administration or the election, but rather practical matters before us. We know that for a very long time on the Assembly, we have needed more legal support, and that Mr. Gates has his hands full, and that we have been in the process of moving forward with a second attorney, and that's taken longer to onboard. So as has been noted, we have an opportunity here to hire someone who has extensive experience and can provide us some much needed assistance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made, stating very clearly on the record that, what we're doing is fully legal and has nothing to do with the prior exception that we made. And I just also want to add that while I appreciate the concern about optics raised by my colleague from Chugiak Eagle River, we as a body, we don't govern by optics. We try to make the best decision possible. And I believe the decision made by Assembly leadership is the best one, and I appreciate them bringing this forward. Thank you.
Next in the queue, Mrs. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I find this difficult because I do want to support the Assembly in finding out more in the process of, the separation. But we have hired additional legal with Mr. Gates, and what this is telling me is that even though we have a legal team advising us, the legal department with the administration, we also had Mr. Gates give us advice. And basically, Mom said no, Dad said no, and now we're going to Grandma. And Grandma's going to do everything for us because we don't like what we've already got. I find this just not okay with the perspective or the perception as well as in the legal aspect of it. And the reason I say that is because we have put money forth numerous times for additional legal, and we keep doing this as a body and voting things like this if we don't like the answer that we're currently getting from the legal department. But if we do like what we're getting as an answer from the legal department, then it's okay. So I would like to move to postpone indefinitely, or we can move it to later. I'm going to go ahead and move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
What was the motion? Okay, is it motion to move to postpone indefinitely? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
And seconded by Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance, you're in the queue. I guess, Ms. Allard, do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I think we're overreaching here. We're constantly, when we're not happy with what we get from the legal department of the administration or for our own municipal attorney, we always want to continue to override and try to get a third opinion on things when we already had two. And if we can't trust our own Muni Assembly attorney, then that's a problem. And this is such a conflict. I understand that the majority of the body had already voted for Mr. Halsey, which I voted against because I don't stand with it. But there is no conflict of interest, and we're just going to go ahead and waive it. But and this is nothing like Ms. Kennedy said against Mr. Halsey. This prevents it from happening in the future. But there is absolutely a conflict of interest that Mr. Halsey did run as a candidate and did run for mayor, and now we're looking at him to give us sound legal advice. I just don't trust that, and it's nothing against Mr. Halsey, but I don't know if somebody can actually stay the course and get sound legal advice when he still possibly has so many fires or so many irons in the fire. I'm going to caution everybody that this is not good, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone from the public or any other organization brings up a suit on this. We've been sued so many times. I think we need to stay clear of these things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you. And next, Mr. France is in the queue on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be very clear that there is no conflict of interest here, and this contract is legal. This contract is not being put forward to get alternative opinions. That is false. This contract is being put forward to obtain support for legislative drafting and research projects. And I would just add to what Mr. Gates has said, of late, that has happened to pertain to separation of power issues. And now, Mr. Chair, I move to call the question.
There's no one left in the queue, so the motion before us is ready to vote. I don't think, Madam Chair, if we need to.
Okay, I withdraw to vote.
So if no one else, members may proceed on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
First, I want to make sure that we're voting on postponement, not on calling the question.
Yes, that's definitely the motion before us, is the motion
Yes.
to postpone it.
Okay, my motion, or my vote then for postponing is yes.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. This is Ms.
you.
Allard. Okay.
That's okay. The vote has yet to be logged, so I think you can change your vote. So Ms.
Thank
Allard
you.
votes yes on this item. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Mr. Perez-Verdia? Okay. Mr. Quinn David, sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Well, I don't have that option.
The motion to postpone indefinitely fails 2-8. Members of the Assembly, please mute your phones. We can hear you. Ma'am, I can also hear you, so please, thank you. So now we have the main motion before us, which is the motion to adopt an unnumbered AM 10D31 for professional legal services with Birch, Horton, Bittner, and Sherrill.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
So 10D31, an unnumbered AM for contract for professional legal services with Birch, Horton, Bittner, and Sherrill has passed the body on a vote of 8-2, and now we're going to take a 5-minute break to go shake someone. After I ask, please, I don't think we know who it is. There's about a dozen people who've called in. I would urge an immediate reconsideration on this item.
Move for immediate reconsideration.
Second?
Moved and seconded. The motion to reconsider is before us. I urge no vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
All right, the motion to reconsider has failed on a vote of 1 yes and 9 noes. And with that, we'll now take a break. Thank you, everybody. 5 minutes. off the intermission setting. Is it broken? Okay, ladies and gentlemen who are tuned in on the phones, we're having a technical problem, so we're going to restart the meeting system, which is going to boot off the stream and then restart it for folks. So just know that this is known and we're dealing with it. It might take 5 to 10 minutes, so it'll take us a little bit of time. Thank you. Sound check, members. Can we have you check in and tell us who's on the line?
I can hear you, Mr. Chair. This is Austin Quinn Davidson.
This is Jamie Allard. I can hear you too.
So can I. This is Pete.
This is Felix. I can hear you.
Me too.
Hi, Chris. This is Cameron Perez-Verdia, and just to
Cameron,
make sure it's on the record.
Cameron, hold on. We're just doing
go
a
ahead.
sound check, and then once we get started. So, hold on.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Felix,
Mr. Chair, Suzanne LaFrance is here.
Suzanne, Felix, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, looks like we're here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to order. And just for a moment of privilege, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make it clear on the record that that was not me that was asleep. I was muted and couldn't get off mute and then was cut off and was unable to participate in the vote. But definitely was not me sleeping. So just make sure on the record that I'm not sure who that was, but it was not me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. And with that, next on the agenda, we have item 10E3, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you ready for a motion?
A motion or no motion, right?
I would make the motion to postpone 10E3 to the meeting of October 27.
Okay. Moved.
Second.
And seconded by Ms. Eltel.
May I speak to that?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was the original appropriation for 10D3 or 30, which was the RDI contract that we approved earlier. And we reduced, as members recall, that contract to $100,000 in identified funds already in the Assembly operating budget as the source. And I'm asking to postpone this because we can come back to it further after we further work with the CFO and then come back to this in 2 weeks, as we expect, as you noted in your prior remarks, that there may be additional costs, especially with the interactive public portion of it, public mapping portion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing no one on this item, which is AR 2021-349, members may proceed to vote. On the motion to postpone it.
Chair, I'm sorry, this is Ms. Allery. Could you just speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah, no problem. The motion before us is to postpone AR 2021-349 to the 27th of October.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
AR 2021-349 has passed the body with an 11-0 vote. Next up, we have item 10G2. Ms. Alato.
I move to postpone this item indefinitely
Is there a second?
at the request of the administration.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. The motion is to postpone this item indefinitely. Would anyone like to be heard?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This item is postponed indefinitely because the administration would like to appoint Mr. Dimick to Planning and Zoning instead of plating and not both. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion is to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, item 10G2, Assembly Memorandum 646-2022 has been postponed indefinitely, 11-0. Next up, we have item 10G3. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this item to the meeting of October 27, per the request of the administration.
Second.
So moved and seconded. I'm hearing reports that there's still a problem with the YouTube feed. Do we have...
Chair, I could see it perfectly. This is Ms. Allard.
Say again, Ms. Allard?
I could see the YouTube feed just fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll go with that then. Thank you, Ms. Allard. The item before us is 10G3, motion to postpone indefinitely. Mr. Weddleton is in the queue. You're recognized.
Yeah, so 10G3, you're postponing indefinitely? I thought you just postponed.
Sorry.
Sorry, the 10G3 is to 1027,
But
date certain.
I think they're already, aren't they? I mean, it says public comment 1027 because these get postponed for comment, and so is 10G4.
I would ask the administration to weigh in, please.
Through the chair, I think on 10G2, your action was appropriate. On 10G3, what we'd like to do is introduce it on the 27th. Can we do that?
Okay, so then either no action or we postpone it indefinitely. Would the mover and the seconder rescind their motions?
Yes.
Rescind.
Okay, so with that, then item 10G3 will not be introduced. So, going back to my agenda, I believe that concludes the consent agenda for the evening. Okay. Before we proceed any further, a couple of notes of procedure. There's been a little back and forth on the YouTube stream, some challenges. We had to reboot the meeting. So what the clerk advises right now, if you're having any trouble, go to www.muni.org/watchnow and click on the link that says meeting in progress. That's one thing. The second thing is because of the technical problem that we had with the feed on the first portion of the meeting, we had to reboot and start the YouTube process over again. And so what that means functionally is that at the end of the night, when the meeting is concluded, the IT team with the clerk will compile, upload, and put both sections of the meeting up on the Muni webpage under the agenda where you can find it, and then on the YouTube page where it'll be permanently stored. So no portion of the meeting tonight will not be recorded or put up. It just you won't see the first half of the meeting uploaded until after the whole meeting has concluded. So with that, now we're on to item 11A, which is AR 2021-334, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $19,000 from the Alcohol Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000, Anchorage Health Department, Homelessness and Mental Health, to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for the Homelessness Information Management System for Mass Congregate Care. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Second.
So I have moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item will come back in a slightly different form after talking with the Health Department Director. We found a better way forward, so we will reintroduce this item for the meeting of the 27th or the first meeting in November so that we can still address the problem. Thank you.
So the next item is, oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Is there any member wish to provide comment on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, resolution AR number 2021-334 has been postponed indefinitely. Next up, the item that comes before us, Ms. Zalatel has previously been recognized as having a conflict, so she'll be asked to step out for a moment. All right, item 11B, which is AR 2021-336, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution in the amount not to exceed $98,000 from the area-wide general government fund balance unreserved 3050702, the area-wide general fund 101000 elections for the October 21 special election. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was submitted for fund certification. I believe the process has been completed, but I would ask Mr. Wilbur or Mr. Frisk to confirm and provide an update. Thanks.
Mr. Wilbur?
Through the chair, yes, we're speaking with the CFO, Mr. Frisk. We do believe that this is an obligation that we have to do, so we will be fund certifying this one. Thank you.
Does that answer the question for you, Mr. France?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
With a vote of 10-0, hold on. Resolution number AR 2021-336, a resolution of the Assembly appropriating for special election is adopted on a vote of 10-0. Now I'd ask members to make a motion to reconsider an urgent no vote.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. The question is, shall we reconsider? Anyone wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
All right, on a vote of 0 to 10, the question of shall we reconsider Resolution AR 2021-336 fails. Would we please come back in, Ms. Zalatel? So the clerk advises that we would be advised to reconsider one last item with a no vote, and that is the motion to postpone to time-specific items 10D1 to 10D22. So I'd ask for a motion to reconsider that item.
Move for reconsideration.
Second.
Move to reconsider.
So Mr. Weddleton moves and Ms. Zalatel seconds. The question before us is, shall 10D1 through 10D22 be reconsidered? Anyone wish to speak on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. It's going to take us a moment for the clerk to float through the process.
Mr. Chair, while the clerk is getting prepared to have us vote, could you explain one more time what we're doing?
Yeah, this is another motion to reconsider with an urged no vote on that one item that we took up that was 22 items wrapped up together. Motion to postpone to 11/7.
And I understood that, but we're just, can you explain the reasoning, just to have it done with this evening?
Just in case somebody doesn't change their mind to reconsider the item and bring them all back on that very busy agenda on the 27th.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. And it's Mr. Weddleton moved and Ms. Zalatel seconded. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Right, on a vote of 1 to 11, that item shall not be reconsidered, AM 644-2021. So next item we have on the agenda is...
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day, please.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. The motion to change the order of the day is to take up item 13 Bravo, 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo, 15 Charlie, then 12 Alpha.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Anybody wish to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatel is recognized.
Thank you. These are some must take up items for tonight. They are time sensitive. And then on 12A, the emergency ordinance for the appropriation, there are still, I believe, some amendments in the works, so this will give time for that to be finished. Thank you.
All right. Any other member wish to speak to the item? Question is, shall we change the order of the day? Hearing no one, seeing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Mr. Chair, would you repeat, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, would you repeat the order? I tried to jot it down and wasn't quick enough.
No problem. It's item 13B, 13A. No?
Item 13 Bravo, 15A,
Sorry.
15 Bravo, 15 Charlie, and then 12 Alpha.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Does that work for you?
Mr. Chair,
Mrs. Allard?
can I just get from Ms. Zalatel an explanation on why we want to change the order of the day, just for clarity, please?
My pleasure, Ms. Allard. Again, these items, 13 Bravo, 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo, 15 Charlie, are items that must be taken up tonight. They are time sensitive. The item 12 Alpha has some work still being done on potential amendments, and so this will not delay our action on the other items and give time for that work to finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Just got there and just in time. I think the question is now already before us. Does anyone need to be?
Ms. Allard?
There you go.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 11-0. So next, we will take up item 13B. On 13B, Resolution AR 2021-296. Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution in the amount not to exceed $1,123,000 from the Disaster Recovery Fund 231801 and appropriating said contribution to the Port of Alaska Capital Improvement Fund 570800, all within the Department of Port of Alaska for the replacement of petroleum oil lubricant terminal number 2 cathodic protection anode sled and amending the Port of Alaska 2021 capital improvement budget and 2021-2026 capital improvement program, Port of Alaska. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hear now it's a continued public hearing. So the public hearing is continued and now open. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Mr. Haberman. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. First of all, I'm in support of the proposed resolution. I've said before, the Port Commission and the operation there, I find, is the most transparent and a proper engagement with the public before they make decisions. The staff there, I strongly see an incredible work by the staff from the port staff, and I also know, as I've said before, I've said back in the borough that Anchorage should stop their work on their port there and put the full support of the Port of Alaska correctly named. And unfortunately, the business over the borough is continued with ignoring to that, but we need to focus on this. And it's the one commission that I find incredibly operating in an appropriate way. They take the lead, even compared to the Assembly. And that's all I have to say with 1 minute and 45 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Anyone else wish to be heard on Resolution 2021-96?
Dustin Darden. I would request from the, through the chair, the body of the Assembly to consider before voting on this, even though you may have been told it's urgent, that we could talk about making some amendments to the proposed resolution. We could take my proposition would be to first start the clock for the public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Darden.
And then it would be to take the 1,100,000 and, can I ask what that noise was from the telephone? It seems to happen.
It does. Keep going.
My proposition for the amendment to the resolution that I encourage the body to consider would be to take the $1,123,000 and use that money to erect a tower at the Port of Alaska in the same vicinity of the proposed project that would give enough trigonometrical angle to propel an individual to the other side of Point McKenzie as a beginning of bringing unification from Anchorage to the Point McKenzie area. So, I mean, when we have ideas, when we have large amounts of money, there's positive things we can do, and I think in these times, like the first person who spoke at the public testimony today, there's things that we can do that we all agree on, and one of them is making a world-class zip line that would start at the Port of Anchorage and go into Point McKenzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. Next, please.
My name is Joseph Darwin James, and I'm just here to show my appreciation to the council, to all the members, for causing me to become interested in local politics. I'm 76 years old, and for reasons sufficient to myself, I've never voted, local, state, or federal, but you guys have gotten me really interested in paying attention to politics anymore, and I just want to thank you for it. I will vote.
Thank you. And did you say which part of town you're in, sir? Nope. Did you say which part of town you live in?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you say which part of town you live in?
I couldn't understand.
It's okay. Thank you, sir.
What part of town do you live in?
What part of town?
What part of town? That's what Chris is asking.
Fairview, the worst part of
Talk to him.
Fairview, the worst part of town.
All right, thank you.
I love it.
I love
it's my
it there
kind
too.
of people.
Thank you. I love it there too. My people. Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Rachel Colvard, District 4. So my carpenter hat, I talked to a lot of pilebucks, and my understanding of this project is that the petroleum, the POL terminal, and the cement terminal are the most critical phases of this project, and that those are going to open everything else up, and so I strenuously urge a yes vote to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatul, second by Mr. Weddleton. And anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Right, item 13B, resolution error number 2021-296 is passed the body 11-0. Next up, we have item 15A. Before we move into that section, I have a brief statement. The next item on the agenda, items on the agenda involve applications for liquor or marijuana license and our special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. So the next item is item 15A. 1 second. (15A) Resolution, Anchorage Resolution 2021-337, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5987 and restaurant designation permit for Halos Inc., DBA, Alaskan Burger and Brew, located at 5121 Arctic Boulevard, Suite H, Anchorage, Alaska 99503, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the clerk to take certain action. What's the will of, on this one, public hearing is now open. Mr. Darden. Please state your name for the record.
Dustin Darden. I'm reminded of the arboreal I'm reminded of the arbitrable, there it is. I'm reminded of the arbitrable I'm going to start over. Dustin Darden. I'm reminded of the arbitrarable. I'm going to try that one more time. My name's Dustin Darden. I'm reminded of the arbitrarable nature of the taxation on the citizens of Anchorage, Alaska, and this would be following suit. As I check out at my local grocery chain, I noticed there's postings of municipal ordinance on purchasing of bags.
Mr. Darden, I've been asked to kind of ask you to talk on the topic before us, which is Resolution 2021-37, a resolution about conditional protest regarding a liquor license at a restaurant.
Respectfully, through the chair, New York versus Sullivan states that when I give my speech, I can talk about whatever I want, however I want to do it, without your interruption.
Mr. Darden,
under the United States Constitution.
You have been asked, this is a limited public forum, to stay on topic of this item, this hearing. If you can't do that, we're going to have to ask you to end your testimony.
You're committing a crime.
Mr. Darden, your time is ended.
I'm going to have to call the police to remove you.
Thank you, Mr.
Anchorage Police Department, please remove Mr. Christopher Constant from the Assembly Chambers.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
This item has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on item 15A, AR 2021-337.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, on a vote of 11 to 0, 15A, Resolution AR 2021-337 has passed the body. Next item before us is item 15B, AR 2021-338, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5191, or Yucks LLC DBA Noodle World, Alaska, located at 2844 East Tudor Road, Unit A, Anchorage, Alaska 99507, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome, Mr. Darden. Please state your name for the record.
Dustin Darden, for the record, you've been warned, Mr. Constant of Anchorage Police Department.
Okay,
This
Mr.
is your-
Darden,
that's just-
this
if
is a
you-
public hearing on item 15B. You have one more opportunity before we'll end your testimony for the night.
I'm just letting you know for the record.
Okay, Mr. Darden, your testimony is ended for the night. Next morning, we'll have to have you removed. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Mr. Darden, please step away from the microphone. APD, I'm going to have to ask you to remove him. Mr. Brennan Young, you're asked to not speak out in that manner. Does anyone else wish to be heard on item 15B, public hearing on the question of shall we license in Noodle World? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant? Oh, thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, Anchorage Resolution 2021-338 has passed the body 11-0. Next, we have item 15C. 15C, Anchorage Resolution 2021-339, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new golf course, liquor license number 5984 for VMH Enterprise LLC DBA Divots Golf located at 4230 Old Seward Highway, Anchorage, Alaska 99503, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? All right, come on down. Welcome, and please say your name and where you live in town for the record. The microphone is off. There's a little yellow button. There you go.
Okay. Hello, my name is Victoria Hoffman, and I live on the south end of town, and I am the owner of this business. I would just like to say hello, thank you so much for hearing this. I understand that there's a conditional protest on it, and I'm fully aware of that. I'm on board with the process, but I just wanted to note that I'm here for, if there are any questions with any of you on the decision of going for the liquor license for our business, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It appears that there are a couple questions. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. And I'd just like to say, if you haven't acquainted yourself with the Midtown Community Council, it's a really good opportunity to do so. They're really a great conduit to discuss any community concerns, but also to get information out. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Weddleton?
You know, it's reading this, it sounds like a real interesting business, and particularly that you were asking to be classified as a golf course, which maybe that is the way to go. So anyway, good luck with your business.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you. If you want, you can say it or not.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, AR number 2021-339 has passed the body with a vote 11-0.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make another motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14A, a must take up item by the administration before 12A, which I believe the amendments are still pending.
There's a motion. Now is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Weddleton has seconded. Anyone wish to speak to this? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the question. Shall we change the order of the day?
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the order of the day has been changed now to take up item 14A, Anchorage Ordinance 2021-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reauthorize certain boards and commissions by amending the sunset provision in Anchorage Municipal Codes 4.40.020, 4.40.030, 4.60.040, 4.60.060, 4.60.100, 4.60.110, 4.60.160, 4.60.200, 4.60.240, 4.60.275, and 4.600.300. On this item, the public hearing is now open. Mr. Haberman.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I strongly oppose this proposed ordinance. It's more like business as usual. Assembly meetings, even special assembly meetings, have been known to be in City Hall. Occupancy very limited. All meetings should be here, and there should be a video audio for a remote on all these meetings, including Planning Commission. You need to connect with the people, and the language in here is basically giving a clear picture that you may provide an audio connection, but not necessarily a video connection, and that's not appropriately connecting the people. I've followed for years the process in open meetings law and state law providing a reasonable opportunity to be heard. Many years, and it's been more of the same. And this legislation doesn't change much at all, the same picture here. I would strongly, this needs to be rewritten, and you postpone it definitely and kill this thing and have appropriate connection. And remind you of this, even on COVID, you need to have more of a conversation with the people, not less. And these meetings that the Assembly has done on COVID and so forth has been distant and not connected. And these consent agendas, you pass things and there is little or no chance for the public to speak. It's more of the same. I can't, in good conscience, say pass this thing. It doesn't give any faith that you really are making a good effort to make things and change things here. I am exhausted over the years to what I do, and I made suggestions. For instance, the simple thing is, like for instance, no one should have to wait hours in line to speak. There should be signed up sheets, and the signed up sheets should be worked by the clerk's staff, and each item that's on the agenda, there's a place for public hearing. Also, the consent agenda in the Batu Borough, that consent agenda provides a section in that area for audience participation. There is no limitation for that. And the Borough has not had any problem with having an overloaded circuit. But you're not going to have faith in the community if you continue as business as usual. And this is what this does. So I strongly encourage you to postpone this indefinitely and start all over. And 4 seconds to spare, and thank you very much.
Next, please.
Rachel Colvard, District 4. So this is like 10 or 11 things that you're proposing to gut out of the code. And I know you don't answer questions, but I have some. And that is, why now? And why are we worried about the sunset clause? And when I think we previously established that you had 120 days to look at people. You know, I realized that the packet was very large this time. It was over 630 pages. But even I had the opportunity to go through and look at least peruse through some of those resumes, and I'm seeing mostly outstanding Anchorage residents trying to contribute to their society. And if I have that opportunity, I don't understand why the body cannot take the time. I know 630 pages is a lot, believe me. I remember doing lots of master's study and going through lots of material. But I had the time to do it, and I don't understand why we need to sunset the things, the provisions that say that we're going to take the time to do that, especially when, you want to talk about a dilatory process, and it looks like you're roadblocking the mayor's choices by not having the time to consider his proposals. It looks bad. Please, I hope that in your deliberations you ask some of those questions about why you need to gut the code to get things through. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, excuse me. Oh, go ahead, come on. It's open, go ahead. I saw you before I whacked the gavel. Welcome, say your name.
Thank you. My name is Kimber Miller. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be brief. I also agree that this is a lot. I work full-time. I have a family that I take care of. I'm trying to stay up with everything that we're doing, but I was not able to chew through all of this, and I would just either ask you guys to postpone it or break it apart a little bit so that we are able to speak on it coherently. I just feel like there's probably a lot of things that in there that are hidden that I'm not aware of. So I would ask for you to vote for a postponement, please. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Up, come on up. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you live in.
My name is Marcela Peña, South Anchorage, and I have not been able to look into this, and based on the testimony of the last two young ladies, I would like to be afforded the opportunity to better delve into this and better understand this. And I want to back up what the last lady said in terms of allowing us more time. I am incredibly intrigued by their responses to this, and it prompts me to want to better understand what this is. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve the S version.
Yes, thank you.
So moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, and clarified by Mr. Rivera. We're moving the S version. Who would like to speak to the item? Mr. Weddleton, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I would, and I appreciate the comments from folks, but Mr. Haberman was actually spot on this. This is business as usual. All our boards and commissions have sunset dates, the ones that are not quasi-judicial, like the Planning Commission and Planning and so on. And it's just so that they get reviewed to see if they're functioning well. So this particular ordinance goes hand in hand with a series of audits that our auditor does to look at them, see what attendance is, have they had regular meetings, kept minutes, and so on. So this is fairly routine. This doesn't gut anything. This actually just extends the sunset date another 3 years. If we postpone this, then all of these will no longer exist in 2 days because they sunset on October 14th, and that would not be a good thing. So this is very routine. There's nothing sneaky here, and if you look, there's not a lot of change. It's simply to change October 14, 2021 to October 14, 2024 to add 3 years to them. So that's it's a lot to read, but it's fairly simple. So thanks. So that's the big picture. I do have a question. Can I carry on, Chair? So one of the audits said that I think the two of these, the Americans with Disabilities Act Commission was not really active, but I think it had maybe one member and hadn't met for a long time, but we are continuing it here. And then the other one says Youth Advisory Commission also hadn't met in 2 years. Does the administration have any comments on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I'm going to ask if Mr. Chadwick, our internal auditor, is online, please.
Mr. Chadwick?
Chair, this is
Mr.
Mike
Chadwick,
Chadwick.
you're really quiet. Possibly you could speak closer to the phone or something.
Okay. Through the Chair, this is Mike Chadwick. We have two audits, the Americans with Disabilities, the Sunset Report number 1, and the Youth Commission, Sunset Report number 10. Those two commissions hadn't met for the last several years. Well, the ADA hadn't met in 2019, 2020, and up to the present in 2021. The Youth Commission had not met during the course of our audit from January 2020 up until the present. These commissions, the ADA Commission could have met in 2019. It had 5 members at that time, but it did not meet. Now, we understand that COVID did make it difficult to meet. However, there were several boards and commissions that did meet despite COVID. Did that answer your question, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, that was my understanding from the audit. So I guess the question is, for us, I suppose, and if the administration had view, I know, as I said before, it looks like there's a lot new or a lot of vigor going into staffing boards and commissions. Is that your intent with this one, or should we follow the audit and just let this one go into the sunset?
Mr. Weddleton, through the chair, I just received a text that actually on the Youth Advisory Commission, we have 11 applicants. So we support the continuation. So I think that there is an invigorated approach to try to keep these various commissions active, and we've been fairly successful in recruiting folks.
So I'm sorry, so the ADA, Chair?
I don't have anything on that, but on the Youth Advisory, we actually have 11 people that have applied for that.
So would you be opposed to amendment to not, or to allow the ADA Commission to sunset?
I don't believe so, if that's the will of the body. Through the chair, it's your call.
I see eyes wide open. I'll make the amendment and then maybe it'll fail. Move to amend on page 5, line 2, to delete the extension to 2024 and let it sunset.
So is there a second?
Second.
Is that Ms. Kennedy?
Actually, it's LaFrance.
Ms. LaFrance. Okay, thank you, Ms. France. So we have move and second. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton, if you wish to speak.
Well, I think Mr. Chadwick spoke well on it. You know, they haven't met for several years, and the report was pretty extensive too. That it just seems, I think, from the report, it just outlived its usefulness. So there was no real compelling reason for them to meet. You know, boards and commissions are important, but if they're not really necessary, I think we should just let it go.
All right, so on the amendment, I have Mr. Rivera in the queue. I have still other people in the queue for the main motion, but Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to oppose this amendment, and I actually had an amendment I was going to make on this that would extend it for 1 year, the sunset. So I'm going to ask members to please vote down this amendment, apologies, Mr. Weddleton, and see if we can move forward with my alternative amendment, which is to extend it for 1 year, and I'm happy to explain when we get to my amendment.
And Mr. Chair, I'm in the queue actually for the amendment. This is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Got that, Cameron, first. On the amendment, I have Ms. Zalatel, then Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose the amendment, and I don't think we should make any changes, and we should give this commission an extension to 2024. The last couple of years have been extraordinary circumstances, and I would like there to be the opportunity to see if this commission will, in fact, reinvigorate like many others have under this administration. I don't see the harm in it. And we don't know when the situation that we are currently in with COVID will be done, hopefully sooner than later, so I would like to give time for that, particularly given the makeup of the particular commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presvedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleagues. I'm concerned about sunsetting this commission, but I actually did want to have the administration speak. I was having a difficult time hearing when the question was asked, what is the administration's position on sunsetting this commission? Do they have a position whether they would prefer it be sunsetted or not?
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Presvedia, through the chair, we obviously have the audit from Mr. Chadwick, and it's his recommendation. We have not taken a formal position, but the auditors, I know over many years, have come to this body in different circumstances when a board or commission just has not been meeting, that they've been discontinued. So I think it's clearly up to the Assembly if they wish to do that. I would just say and repeat that as far as it goes for the Youth Commission, there's an awful lot of interest in participating in the government, and so I think that we would like that to be extended in spite of what the audit report said.
All right. Anything else, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Next, Mr. Rivera, we should speak once again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to just report a little bit on the discussion that happened at the Municipal Audit Committee, which pretty much affirms what Mr. Baker just stated. So when we discussed it at the Audit Committee, the audit decided not to make any recommendation, which is fairly normal. We typically don't make any recommendations on sunset audits. And when we did discuss this, we discussed a variety of options, including just letting it die, so letting it sunset, or the possibility of moving it to a different department to manage, or any number of possibilities. And we discussed those, and we just left it at that. So, which is why I am urging my colleagues to vote no on this, and hopefully to support the amendment that I bring forward, which I think will delve into some of the issues that were raised at the Municipal Audit Committee. Thank you.
All righty. Seeing no one else in the queue on the amendment, the question is on for the body members. May I proceed to vote?
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
No.
That amendment fails 1-10. And so before us is the main motion. I have a number of people in the queue. Mr. Wilbur, did you still wish to speak? Nope. And then I had Ms. Zolotel on the main motion. Mr. Rivera on the main motion. Mr. Rivera?
Sorry, did you go to me, Mr. Chair?
I did. I said you're next up in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just some brief general comments before I go to my amendment. So I think Mr. Weddleton was spot on in terms of what this ordinance does and why we're doing it now. Like I stated earlier during the motion I made to postpone those various appointments, September and really October is the time of year where we are dealing with a lot of board and commission issues. So we have the various sunset audits, which they're done in a 3-year cycle. This particular year is the heavy year in that cycle, so there were a number of sunset audits, which our internal audit division did, and I really appreciate internal audit and Mr. Chadwick and his team for all the work they did on that. Then we also have the appointments, which folks saw us take action on that earlier in the meeting. And then we have this ordinance changing sunset for the various boards and commissions. So this is all fairly standard practice for us. as I expressed in the previous committee report, there are a couple of recommendations that came up in the sunset audits, which were reviewed in the municipal audit committee that I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention, and Mr. Whittleton already brought up one of them. I think he actually brought up both of them. But to put my point on it, first is the Youth Advisory Commission. So although the sunset audit recommended letting this commission lapse, I disagree with this recommendation for a couple of reasons. One, both the Assembly and the Mayor's Office is actively recruiting youth to serve on this commission, and we heard from Mr. Baker that there are 11 youth who have applied, and hopefully we'll keep getting some more. And two, without a Youth Advisory Commission, there is no Assembly Youth Representative, as the commission per code nominates someone for the Assembly to consider. So I think that's an important consideration. The second sunset audit recommendation I wanted to raise was the recommendation to let the ADA Commission lapse. I think rather than do that, I'd like to see, much like we've done with prior commissions that have teetered on the edge, is to give this commission one more year, so sort of a final shot to find a proper home and realign its goals and objectives, both of which I'm happy to speak to when we get to the amendment. So I move to amend page 5, line 3, to change 24 to 22, so it'll read 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and I think you just spoke to it. Does anyone else wish to speak to this item?
Actually, can I speak to the amendment really quick, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Thank you. So like I said before, I think we need to give this commission a chance to find a proper home outside of the health department. That was one of the discussion points we had at the municipal audit committee was, we're not sure if the health department is necessarily the right home. Most ADA issues are actually dealt with in either Human Resources, Equity and Justice, or the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. And if you also look at the list of the responsibilities of the commission, it reads more like a job description. It's a lot. Because this commission was de facto replacement for an ADA coordinator. That's the operation that it took. Now that we actually do have an ADA coordinator, I think we can look at configuring the roles and responsibilities of this so that it's more tangible and something that a group of volunteers could actually do to move forward on disability rights issues within the MOA. So I encourage my colleagues to do much like we've done with prior boards and commissions that have had issues, like the Public Safety Commission had issues some years ago. We gave them one more year, we put a lot of energy into it, and now they're doing really well. So I'd like to see if we can do that again for this board and commission. Thank you.
I'm putting myself in the queue.
Mr. Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you. I actually don't support this amendment. I would like to revert it back to where it was, to extend to 2024, and just do the hard work of filling this board with people. There are a lot of members of this community who recognize the need for this work, whether or not we've been doing our due diligence to fill that commission and make sure it operates. And so I find myself in a position where I have to speak against the motion because I think we need to continue on the work of ADA compliance. We just celebrated a major milestone in the history of the ADA Act. Let's recommit ourselves and not do it in a partial way. So I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to change the sunset date from 2024 to 2022.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That amendment passes 7-4, and we have the main motion now back before us. Anyone in the queue wish to speak on the main motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right. Anchorage Ordinance 2021-60 has passed the body on a vote of 11-0. Next item up before us, I believe, is 12A. So as we're about to take on item 12A, I've been asked that we take just a couple minutes to print up the amendments for the members, and for members on the phone, the amendments have been emailed to you. Sorry about the delay. A couple things happened that were out of our control. So, before us now, we have EO, an unnumbered EO, item 12A, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 testing in an amount not to exceed $2,655,000 as a contribution from the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended, and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231803 and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation. This is an emergency ordinance. It requires only a mover and a seconder, but it requires a 9-member majority to pass it. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. The item is moved and seconded. What's the will of the body?
Move amendment number 1, Salatil, Quinn Davidson, Dunbar amendment.
Second.
Right, so moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to that, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would mirror the other ordinances that have done a similar thing in the past, AO 2021-82 and EO 2020-09. And it would simply change the fund source for the $2.65 million and change that I agree with the administration we need for testing. So currently the fund source is identified as the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund, 401-800, and this was for previously appropriated for property acquisition. But this amendment would change that fund source to the area-wide general fund and provide for an interfund loan from that fund, fund source 101000. The capital improvement projects fund is needed for impending homelessness work, so we don't want to draw from that right now. And additionally, as we've discussed back in September with the administration, COVID-19 response is typically funded out of the fund balance of the area-wide general fund and then later reimbursed by the federal government. And we've seen many, many examples of this over the past couple years. So there's no reason to deviate from this established process. And in fact, this body postponed indefinitely a prior attempt by the administration to use the capital improvements fund for the same purpose on September 14th. So I'm just asking the body be consistent and support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I have Ms. Alatil in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a little bit more about the particular fund that's proposed, the CIP fund. As many of you have probably heard, we've recently had a successful facilitation with a path forward with regard to homelessness. Part of that conversation has been around reappropriating or reusing the funds that have previously been appropriated for buildings. If those funds are gone or not available when we are ready to move to implement, assuming that the policy passes this body later this month, we will have a plan, but lose a huge source of our funding. So for all of the reasons that Ms. Quinn Davidson said, and maybe this unintended consequence that could happen by using the CIP fund, I urge a yes vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Wilbur, then Ms. Kennedy, then Ms. Ellard. Mrs. Ellard.
Through the chair, thank you. I'd like to ask the CFO, Mr. Frisk, if he would like to join in and add his comments to the proposed amendments, please.
Mr. Frisk.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but this is Travis Frisk, the CFO.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. I think we need to understand that, as Ms. Quinn Davidson said, we've used interfund loans frequently throughout the last year and a half. And unfortunately, I think what is being missed on this is that the reimbursement is not happening at a rate that you think it's happening at. We essentially have almost $135 million of interfund loans out that potentially have FEMA reimbursement possibilities, but at this point in time, and I'm not at the office, so I don't have the actual physical numbers in front of me, but I think we've only received maybe 30 million of that money back at this time, which is one of the reasons why we're running in an unallocated fund deficit at this particular point in time. I would state to you at this point that an interfund loan is not an option. To address the issue of the money that I'm trying to access at this point to continue testing, which is an immediate public requirement and health requirement, I would also let you know that when it comes time for a homeless shelter to actually be built, we have options particularly to fund that in the form of financing options that have not even been discussed at this point in time. And I would be more than happy to take that offline and join in the conversation with the members of the Assembly and the administration that have been going through these processes. But at no point in time has I been involved in discussing how we would pay for it. So at this point, the way this is presented is the only way that we can proceed with continuing testing beyond the 18th. If I'm not mistaken, the health director, Joe Gerace, is in the audience, and he can speak to the particulars on when the testing is going to stop because of the lack of funds.
Mr. Weldon, are you in the queue for Mr. Frisk?
Not at this moment, thanks.
Right, thank you. Mr. Frisk, I am going to ask you for a detailed spreadsheet of all funds appropriated for the... Can you please mute your TV or whoever that is out there? For all
that was me. I apologize, Mr. Constant. I'm having trouble hearing you through my phone, so I thought I could potentially listen to you through the TV.
Yeah, there's a delay. So I'll speak more close to the microphone. I would appreciate now, it doesn't have to be tonight, but in the next few days, a report on all expenses allocated to the interloan fund and all reimbursements to date and all reimbursements applied for through FEMA, et cetera, so that we can have a picture of what you're saying in detail as opposed to just a one-line statement. Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I can't get that tonight. I will do my best attempt to try to provide that to you.
Absolutely, I recognize that. Just sometime in the near future so we can have this conversation in detail.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Thanks. So, Mr. Frisk, we're talking now on Amendment 1, but if I could, maybe the chair will let me, we have a second amendment that is very similar, but would take funds from the general fund. Is that better, or is that something we can do?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, as you probably already heard earlier tonight, we couldn't certify $172,000 earlier tonight, which is one of the reasons why there was changes made to a resolution that was on the table for the redistricting, reappropriating situation. We're in a situation right now where it would be very difficult for me to fund cert anything that's outside of standard budgets that are already existing from our fund cert balances.
All right, thank you.
Next in the queue, I have Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we had a bit of this conversation several weeks ago when the administration was trying to tell us sort of what has happened with this idea of continually spending money that we hoped in some point in the future we'll get reimbursed for. But we also talked about the fact that we're basically running up the credit card bill, if you will, and that bill is coming due in that now there's really there's no savings account, there's no cash on hand to basically pay that. So we knew at some point we were basically going to be spending more money than we have coming in. Now we know that that money is at $135 million, which is basically over and above any kind of revenue source that we would typically rely on. And we're not getting much of that back. 30 million, I think, was the statement that said that we had gotten about that much in reimbursement at this point. So I think what the administration is just really keeps trying to tell you is that we just can't keep spending money that we don't have. There's not a hidden savings account somewhere that pays for all this. And, not knowing exactly when we could get reimbursement, we know that at the end of this year, if we're really not fiscally solvent, so to speak, then the taxpayer pays that. So we have to be so careful. And I think what's happening now is the administration is trying to tell you that we're at that breaking point, and we can't go any further with trying to pay for these expenses without using it from other funds that we know we have. And so I don't see how this amendment could possibly help. In fact, if anything, it actually hurts because it's just not possible to actually do. So I would hope that we would vote this down. We would move forward with what the administration is suggesting, that we can do the financing part, which is a totally different question. I mean, we can finance facilities. You can't finance test kits. So anyway, I would hope that this amendment would get voted down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next in the queue, I have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was answered.
Next in the queue, I have Austin Quinn Davidson. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to add a few comments. The area-wide general fund is our savings account. This is not a credit card, as another member described it. This is our savings account. It's intended for a rainy day, which is exactly what we're in right now. And we couldn't have a better entity owing us money than the federal government. I mean, this is what cities across the country are doing. My chief of staff in the spring had a conversation with credit rating agency. This is what folks are doing. And we had this exact conversation a month ago. The CFO indicated that there was a switch in the credit rating agency's opinion, and I asked for justification of that, and they could not provide it. So, this is an attempt to drain the capital improvements fund and to use leverage for us to approve this because they know we care about testing. So please, I urge members to support this amendment.
I apologize, Chair. I probably wouldn't move fast enough. This is Ms. Allard. Can I just go back in queue?
Yeah, you go ahead. Now's the time. You're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the side of the administration. If the chief fiscal officer is telling us that there aren't funds there to finance this, we need to wait. This is fiscally reckless if we were to approve this amendment. So I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote on Amendment 1.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Amendment number 1 passes 8-3. Next.
Move amendment number 3.
Second.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment was prepared in case we go below our 10 and 2 requirements to allow us to do that. I don't know that we necessarily will have to, but it's just in case.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? I'm hearing and seeing none on this question. Then I guess members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
I apologize. I was trying to text the chair. Can you repeat the vote, please? I apologize. Is this for the main?
The motion is to approve amendment number 2 amendment number 3 from members Dunbar, Quinn Davidson, Zalatel, which approves a temporary exception of the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage. And hereby
thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's three parts. Hereby approves the temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance policy of the MOA, permitting the MOA to conclude the 2021 fiscal year with less than unrestricted fund balance. There's a little scrivener's error there. Fund balance dictated by AR 2015-084 in the light of the emergency circumstances outlined in the ordinance and the anticipated reimbursement through state and federal assistance. And on the back, oh no, I'm sorry. This one's only one page. Okay, so that's it.
Okay, no.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That amendment passes 9-2. We're now back on the main motion. Anyone wish to speak on the item? Ms. Zolotel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Director of the Health Department for addressing the concern when there were proposed reductions in COVID-19 testing. We heard from our constituents loud and clear that they still want the robust testing, and to find a way to do that was very responsive. And so my thanks for both being responsive and hearing the community on this. COVID-19 testing, as we know, is an important part of the mitigation strategies. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Next we have Member Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo what Ms. Zolotel said and thank the administration for making sure that they could continue the high level of testing we've had in the community. Thank you.
Mr. Presredia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just seconding what was said, but I wanted to really highlight my appreciation to the acting health director. He has been very responsive in his first 2 weeks, and I really appreciate him coming forward and being really communicative with us about what's been going on and addressing this need to get testing back to where it needs to be. So just a big thank you to him and to the administration for being responsive in this time where it's so important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Frisk before we go on for the vote, and that is in regard to with this, if this passes, which I suspect it kind of has to. This is an awful place to be in terms of needing to make sure that the testing is available, but recognizing the horrible financial situation it puts the municipality in. But can you give me a figure? This is a little over $2.5 million. I think the last I heard was our fund balance was a negative $18 million. So does that make this a negative $21 million if we pass this? Can you kind of give me a number of what we're looking at in terms of how far in the hole we are with the fund balance now? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbur, would you like to take that?
No, this through the chair, Mr. Constant, this is Travis Frisk, CFO, and I'd like to answer that question.
Go ahead, Mr. Frisk.
The number that Ms. Kennedy has just spoke about is the unallocated deficit for the 5 major funds at year-end 2020. So the $18 million she's referencing is as of 12/31/2020, which is part of our annual financial reports that were completed on the 30th last Thursday, or excuse me, Thursday, the September 30th. So with respect to where I think we will finish 2021, my estimate at this particular point in time is that we're going to have an unallocated fund deficit of over $50 million. 50 with a bunch of zeros behind it. $50 million, and it could be higher. I've been modeling this for over 6 weeks now, trying to figure out where we're going to end on 12/31/2021. And at this particular point in time, my best number is 50 million plus.
May I follow up with that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. That is an incredibly sobering number. I'm glad you said it twice. I hope that the members take a second look at this, maybe take a deep breath and try to figure out exactly what we're doing. Like I said, it is incredibly important to have the funding, but to keep putting the municipality in this kind of debt is a serious, I think, offense to the municipality. So I'm not going to be able to vote for this. I would hope, if anything, maybe the idea would be to, this is an emergency thing. Maybe the idea would be to postpone it long enough, maybe 24 hours, have a special meeting on it tomorrow or the next day. But I don't see how we can, in good conscience, allow ourselves to have a negative $50 billion unallocated fund balance deficit. So I'll leave it at that for the moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard is in the queue, then Mr. Weddleton, and then Mr. Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is, too, that we have such a deficit right now, and my other concern is, actually, Chair, would you allow me to ask Dr. Sabat a couple of questions, please?
I don't see him in the room right now. There was an issue earlier. Is he? Yeah, so he's not available right now, Ms. Allard.
All right. So I guess my question, my thought process is, and I don't have Dr. Sabat there, but I do know that the state is providing for COVID testing, and I also want to let everybody know that we are at almost 3 million COVID tests for the state of Alaska, and we are the second highest COVID tested state in the country. So we are adamant about testing. I get it, but the state does provide COVID testing, and I would just really encourage the body to let's sit back, let's reevaluate this so that we don't put every single, I know that Ms. Kennedy had stated the municipality, but I would say every single community member on the hook for this. And I understand how important it is, but I think we just need to take a step back and reevaluate so that we don't cause more financial hardship for community members. And let me see, I thought, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I have something I need to look at to make sure. Yeah, I just wanted the opinion of the health director, and I wish he was on.
So we have a number of people in the queue, Ms. Allard. We can come back to you. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, just maybe for people in the audience and listening, and just kind of broadly speaking, this city has been exceptionally good about saving money for a rainy day. And, our municipal cash pool varies between $350 and over $550 million, and that's got a variety of things in it that you can't spend anything on for anything, but, and that's with a budget of, $550 million. So we have a lot of savings, and it's for things like this, when the earthquake hit and so on. So, and we have that partly because we have some pretty strict savings requirements, which a couple of years ago we tightened that up and said, this is our goal, so that we really save a lot, and it saves us a lot of money because that gets us a good bond rating too, because we are very stable. In case we have an emergency, we have the cash to pay for stuff instead of defaulting on our bonds. And we have proven we have the ability to do that. We have the earthquake and we have COVID. So it's not like we really have a hole. We have a hole given our policy for saving. It's not like, gosh, now we owe this money. We have a lot of money, cash, and some liquid instruments, not particularly cash, I suppose, but we have money, lots of it. And we're tapping into our savings for an emergency, which we're in. But in some ways, it's not really a debt. This is a loan. This is a loan to FEMA. We are doing things that the federal government says we should be doing in this emergency situation that we find ourselves in. We are doing the testing, all the different things we've done with FEMA, setting up the Sullivan Arena and so on. They say, we will pay you for this. So we're essentially lending them the money, and they will pay us back. So it looks like a hole, but if you look at our books, we're going to have a negative in our fund balance and all the variety of things, but we have a plus in accounts receivable from FEMA. We'd like to get more money quicker, but we're not. But we're able to do this because we have been very responsible for decades in the city, saving money. And that's just what we're doing. We're using it for the emergency that is set aside for it. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Wilbur, and then I put myself in the queue, and then Mrs. Allard. Go ahead, Mr. Wilbur.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Baker had something to add.
Mr. Chairman, through to Mr. Whittleton, we have looked at this very extensively, and I'm glad that the Assembly is discussing it this evening, because we looked at the receivables from FEMA, and when Mr. Frisk spoke, he actually some of the projections are far worse than what he even spoke about. That's kind of a best case scenario, but I think it's really important for the Assembly to thoroughly understand. Ms. Quinn-Davidson is correct in that she said that it was an $18 million negative number at the end of the last fiscal year, but it's continued to deteriorate. And when we look at the FEMA reimbursables, and particularly the mass care reimbursables, it's a pretty serious subject, and I think that we all need to sit down and look at it so that everybody has a full understanding of where we are financially. Just merely for the record, not as it relates specifically to the ordinance, but it's a serious situation in the community, and so and I guess I would go further that the 10+2 coverage. The reason the bond ratings remain as they are is that that when the bonding agencies look at it, they look at the ability to tax on top of so that protects their interest. So there's some protections there in terms of the bonds, but in terms of the ordinances and the 10+2, it is what it is. And so I think it's just important that we know where we are so that everybody fully understands.
Thank you. So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. It's highly dramatic to receive just over the dais at an assembly meeting report that we're suddenly $50 million in debt. I hear a lot from the gallery, but this is not your time. The issue that is striking me is that this debt must have happened within the last 30 days, because the last time we had a budget and finance meeting was the 15th of September. We brief on these questions every single month, and suddenly when it's inopportune, we get this blast across the dais that we're $50 million in debt, which makes everyone go, what? And so I personally, back to my point that I made earlier, that I would like to see in detail this analysis that has demonstrated suddenly we are $50 million in debt, because I can't wrap my mind around how we didn't see it a month ago, and we didn't see it a month before that, and we didn't see it a month before that, and we didn't see it a month before that, which was July when this administration started, and every month before that. And so it strikes to the credibility of the messenger. I'm not saying you're not credible, but the way this is delivered strikes to raise lots of questions about why are we hearing this now in this manner. And so I think that we need to, separate from this question, have a really long and in-depth conversation about what the administration sees as the moving parts. And I guess the budget process as we go forward is that starts this month. And I look forward to seeing where that $50 million is demonstrated in the budget moving forward, so that we can have a real-term conversation and not just kind of this dramatic, at the moment, conversation about, oh my God, there's a big hole. I take to the school of Mr. Dyson that I do not tie my knickers in a knot, my hair in a bun, light my hair on fire, and swing from the chandeliers because somebody says something at an assembly meeting. Instead, I would like to see this detail in a manner that isn't in this format, because this does not provide confidence in the management of the municipality's fisc. And so I have concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Chair, this is Travis Frist, CFO. Do I have an opportunity to address that?
Absolutely, sir.
So in respect to the meeting on September 15th that you're referencing, prior to that meeting, I reached out to the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Dunbar, and asked him if we could discuss at that meeting FEMA and FEMA reimbursements, and was prepared to discuss that. But unfortunately, we never got to that point. If you will go back and look at the agenda from that date, you will see that there was supposed to be a FEMA discussion on that date, and it never happened because we got wrapped up in the budget portion of that meeting, and it went the full time frame.
Okay, I look forward to figuring that out, because if there's a huge train coming at you, usually you shout, hey, we got a problem here. So I look forward to that conversation, sir, because I don't doubt that there are details that we need to see on this. So next in the queue, I have Ms. Kennedy and then Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I was in a meeting all by myself or not, but I absolutely remember not only hearing these concerns from the administration several weeks ago, but I reiterated and repeated what they said just to make sure that we were all paying attention and hearing the same thing that I was hearing. But then there was we have a savings account. Well, we did, but we don't anymore. And so at some point, we obviously, I don't know if people just didn't want to hear it or they just weren't sure they could believe it, but we did have this conversation. And in fact, it came up when we were trying to have a conversation about a different funding source for this very same kind of expense that we saw coming. And the answer was the same. We're going to just take it, out of interfund loan. And so obviously the concerns that the administration had at that point have only gotten worse because we actually approved the idea of even using more of what we don't have, i.e. the interfund loan balance. So anyway, like I said, I've heard this before. This is not news to me. I'm surprised that it's gone as low as $50 million now, I guess you'd have to say as high as $50 million. Even though it's a negative number. But anyway, I'm not surprised at all to know that we're still in the same boat of having spent more than we actually do have available to spend. But my question is on the timeliness of this particular emergency ordinance. I mean, obviously it needs to be done as soon as possible. The health department wants to be able to provide the services to those entities that provide the testing. So is this something that can be delayed till we can have a special meeting on it, or does this absolutely have to be passed tonight in order to have the funding to continue with the testing? So that's my question. How timely? What does the emergency ordinance actually mean in terms of the time we have available before we have to have some kind of funding going in this direction? Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the Director of Health and Human Services to respond to Ms. Kennedy's question, please.
Mr. Drace.
Good evening. Through the chair, we do have options available. It is dire. Testing will run out of money at the current rate on the 18th of October. There are many alternate options that we could rapidly deploy. Continuing testing back to the original levels requires this amount of money to return to the testing that we were doing with the hours at the locations that we formerly operated at through 30 November. But there are many other options on the table. But the option that was most desirable that was presented to us was to return basically business as usual that we had operated at prior, long hours, daytime at the locations that everyone's aware of. That is the number that you see presented to reach November 30th.
Ms. Kennedy? Ms. Allard
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Allard had a question for Mr. Drace as well, so we'll go in that order. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Well, which one are you recognizing? I
Ms.
can barely
Kennedy.
hear you.
Kennedy.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this until we can have a special meeting either Thursday or Friday, the 14th or 15th.
Second.
So for my part, I won't be available. This is an item that takes 9 votes. So I would speak against that motion. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Yep. I heard Ms. Kennedy and I heard Mrs. Allard, and I have Mr. Dunbar in the queue.
That was Ms. Quinn-Davidson, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
I'm still in queue.
So,
Thanks, Crystal.
Okay, Mrs. Allard, you're recognized then, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Chair. My concern, I guess, one, I'd like to ask Joe, the health director, I can't say his last name properly. I do apologize, Garacci. Anyway, my question is, I understand that we have different ways to fund this, and actually have 2 questions. is the state not stepping up to where we can continue to test? Because I saw it on their website that we can. So I'm kind of questioning, are we have that ability to use the state's needs in order to test? Number two, I would like to ask the administration if we have a guarantee that we're going to be reimbursed by the federal government and by FEMA.
To the Assembly member through the chair, the two questions. The state is testing. We don't control any piece of the state testing. We do have a few concerns after this weekend about the accessibility of that testing equivalating to what we're doing in the city. So that, for instance, they would not test somebody this weekend that had a positive test from a rapid test machine. They turned away a citizen of Anchorage at the UAA facility. We interacted with Dr. Zink and some other folks. Their new policy that is pending, might be uploaded now. When I left at 5 o'clock, it wasn't up. They're not going to test you if you've had a positive test, despite a physician in this case asking to confirm a rapid. That goes right back to where the Assembly was asking about accessibility for our citizens. The second piece, I think we need to be clear, I am not a FEMA recovery expert. I've spent a lot of time on FEMA disasters. The concern for me...
No, I apologize, Joe. That was directed to the administration.
Okay.
Well, he is the administration, but Mr. Wilbur, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair, Ms.
Meeting
Allard.
manager, please.
Yes, it's my understanding that testing is reimbursable. Obviously, the amount in which we would receive in reimbursement would obviously depend on our ability to putting the proper documentation, which we would do for reimbursement from FEMA. But testing is one of those things that is not only are we getting reimbursed at a rate, but it is reimbursable.
And this is Joe Gerace.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drace, briefly.
I would just say that we need to be in compliance with CDC guidance. The way the reimbursement reads, you need to comply with directions from the Fed to get their money. So we can't be out willy-nilly. It has to be fair and equitable is one of the things. There's several caveats. So I want to point that out. We keep saying it's like an open door. It is not. We have to comply with their guidance to receive the money. And historically, it's a lot like the VA where they come in low the first time and you work your claim up. That's the history of the FEMA. They'll come in and say semi-reimbursable and you argue for those extended funds. So I just want to note that it's not you send the bill and they write a full check. It could be quite a process.
We are well versed on that part of the process. Thank you. So next in the queue, I have Austin Quinn Davidson. Member Quinn
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be quick. I think we need to vote no on this motion to postpone this decision. I'm hearing words thrown around like deficit, or we have no money, or that the public, members of the public are going to be individually held liable. Those are not factually correct. So I just want to correct that. We have money. We have a savings account. We're using our savings account for a disaster. We're using it to allow people to get tested to reduce COVID in our community, and we're guaranteed to get paid back by the federal government, which is the best entity you want to pay you back. So this framing of a deficit or we don't have a balanced budget, or it's not correct. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Perez Verdia.
Ms. Quinn Davidson just said exactly what I was going to say. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have Mr. Dunbar and then one final, the third bite at the apple from Ms. Allard, and then we're going to vote on this question.
Yeah, same thing. I just want to say vote no on this motion. This is time sensitive and let's pass this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Allard?
Thank you. I find it interesting that they say that we have the money and this is a savings account. I want to reiterate to everybody, this isn't our money. This is taxpayer money. Money doesn't grow on trees. So when you say, oh, it's not a deficit, oh, this doesn't go on the taxpayer, really? We are the government. People pay taxes. And yes, it falls on them. Whether you get it from FEMA, whether you get it from the federal government, whether you get it from the muni funds, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get it from the general funds. This is all paid by the taxpayers. So when you say that's not true, that is true. Because unless you have a money machine at home, it is not produced that way. This is absolutely provided by the taxpayers.
Thank you. The question is now before us. Shall we postpone this to a special meeting on 10/14 or 10/15? Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Chair, are we voting on the main motion? I apologize.
No, we're on the question of shall we postpone this to a special meeting on 10/14 or 10/15?
Okay, thank you, yes.
Was that a yes, Ms. Allard?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Question of shall we postpone to 10:14 or 10:15 fails on a vote of 2 to 9. The main motion is now before us. Anyone who should be in the queue? Hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Chair, I could hardly hear you. Could you please repeat what
Yeah, the
you
main
just
motion is before us and members may proceed to vote.
said? No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve emergency ordinance and unnumbered 2021, emergency ordinance providing financial resources for coronavirus response now passes the body on a vote of 9 to 2. Move to reconsider immediately. I would ask for a motion of reconsideration on this item.
So move.
Moved.
Second.
Second.
And moved by Ms. Zaltel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Urge a no vote. Anyone wish to speak on the item? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Question of shall we reconsider the EO has failed on a vote of 2 to 9. Now, there's a motion, I believe, to extend.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to extend the meeting until 10:45.
There's a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Travis Frisk. Could I take a moment of personal reflection at this point?
Yes, Mr. Frisk, please.
I have forwarded to you the paperwork that of my analysis. I specifically forwarded it directly to you. I did get a bounce back that said you were gone until the 18th. I'm curious to know when you would be able to review what I've sent you and have a discussion one-on-one.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk, and I would ask that that be presented at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting if there's time on the agenda. If not, we'll call a special committee meeting. And yeah, so that's, I think, the best time. I'll be back on Tuesday and 1 week from today. I am just informed, thank you, sir, and I'm just informed we don't need to extend. This is a regular meeting. This goes till 11.
Great, thank you.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Frisk, I didn't mean to be as pointed as I was. I just don't understand. So I need help to understand because these are big numbers that came out of what feels to be nowhere. So, and with that said, I look forward to being educated more. So,
Thank you.
A 5-minute break has been requested. Around. It was delicious, delightful. Mr. Weddleton? Call us back to order now. Still have folks on the phone?
Yep.
LaFrance here.
Pete's here.
So I heard LaFrance, I heard Peterson, I heard Presverdia.
Kennedy. Quinn Davidson here. Oh,
Kennedy,
sorry,
Davidson. All right.
Allard's here.
Allard's here. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, you've asked for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I have a point of personal privilege, please?
You may have the floor.
Thank you. I move to introduce and take up immediately an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding public health and safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
This emergency ordinance is now before us. Emergency ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding public health and safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Peterson, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Anchorage is still in a public health crisis as hundreds of more people have become infected with the virus this past week. Alaska still has the highest rate in the nation of cases per 100,000 population. This masking ordinance will help bring those numbers down and preserve community health and save lives. All our hospitals are still operating in crisis standards of care here in Anchorage. The rationing of care puts our doctors in an extremely difficult position of deciding who might benefit more from acute care. In some situations, those decisions may cost someone their life. The positivity rate of the virus is over 12, and that means that not enough testing is being done. We need to ensure that enough testing sites are open and the hours of operations are not reduced so people know their status, and if they need to notify others that they might have been in close contact with. We have heard from over 200 people in person and over the phone and have received over 3,000 emailed testimonies. Those testimonies have been critical in improving our original ordinance. We now have an ordinance that takes into account the public input. For example, we have removed entirely the section that had neighbor reporting neighbor. Masks are the simplest and cheapest way to help keep our schools and businesses open so that we can continue to rebuild our economy. More than 10 studies have been cited by the CDC that have confirmed benefits from universal masking that prevent community spread. We need to act now. A prolonged COVID spike will damage our economy. Now, our economy did improve this summer because of the high vaccination rate that Alaska had early on, and also because of Anchorage's low cases earlier this spring. We even had a couple days where we had 0 new cases. We received national news coverage of this, and it helped us get many additional travelers to come here this summer. But now our surge of new positives and the hospital's rationing of care has been on primetime broadcast news and on the front page of major print news. That could cause many to choose to not vacation here next year and take our tourist sector of the economy back to 2020 levels. We need to get this under control as soon as possible to enable our economy to be rebuilt. Another important reason to enact this now is that we'll help our hospitals and our healthcare workers. This will give them hope that we are working to provide relief for the overwhelmed facilities and workforce. After 18 months on the front lines of this battle against the pandemic, this will provide a little light at the end of the tunnel for the workers who are doing all they can to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Mrs. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this. I just wanted to remind the body again that we are second in the nation for COVID testing. And I also wanted to be able to call up Dr. Sabat so he could just explain to the members of the body of just how much our COVID cases have gone down.
All right.
Dr. Sabat, Chief Medical Officer for the Health Department. There is some confusion, I think, over numbers. We have seen a trend downward. There certainly are still cases of positive cases, but the numbers have trended downward, and that's over the last couple of weeks. The positivity rate of 12% is, as Mr. Peterson suggested correctly, is because less are being tested. When you start to test more and the denominator comes back up again, you will see that positivity number drop. More importantly, and a number that I know the Assembly has been watching since the beginning of the pandemic, is a 14-day rolling average. That was somewhere in the 140s per 100,000. It is now down to 115.1 per 100,000. That has been steadily trending downward. If you look at your reproductive number, as of yesterday, I think it was 1.08 or 1.07. It's within a hundredth. That is trending down also. That was much higher. Back in August, that I think was around 1.36. Now, we are not out of a pandemic, but we are moving very close to that number of 1.0, which makes it an endemic. Okay, so all of the numbers look good. Now, if you want to talk about the masking again, which we have talked about quite a bit, I would remind you all that the Anchorage School District has a mask mandate for their students. The kids were here complaining about it, so we all know about that. However, what you probably don't realize, as of yesterday's numbers, their active case count was 448 as opposed to our 181, and their total cases are over 2,800. Now that's a mix between students and faculty. They don't break that down. So I'm not quite sure that the masks are actually helping, at least where the school is concerned. If you have listened to all of the studies, you will know that what I'm holding is a medical mask, surgical mask. It's good for about maybe 10%, upward to 30%, depending on what studies you look at. I will tell you that the FDA will not approve any medication or vaccination based on 30% efficacy. You get laughed out of the room. That's what you're talking about mandating here. Now, I'm wearing one because I'm okay with 10% in this room. It's better than nothing. But I have a few risk factors. I am vaccinated, but as a courtesy to the Assembly, because you requested we wear masks, I'm wearing one. I don't need a mandate to tell me to wear a mask. Now, I'm getting a little bit off topic, but the point is that we have trended downward for almost a month now without a mask mandate. If you speak, as I said earlier tonight, if you speak to the state epidemiologist, Dr. McLaughlin, he is cautiously optimistic that our numbers are trending downward. So at this point in time, the numbers are good. They are not going up percentage-wise. So we are trending downward. Now, I know that we have been told we have one of the highest rates in the country. What you haven't been told, though, is we are in the bottom third for mortality, which is a tribute to our healthcare workers who have been improperly chastised time and again. Under very difficult conditions, they are doing a very good job. The state has a daily meeting of all the hospitals to ask, how are you doing? What do you need? Since they have had the staffing brought back up again, we hear very little in terms of problems. Sure, there are some episodes here and there where there are staffing issues, but it's not what it used to be, and there are more beds open than ever before. Whether that's going to continue or not remains to be seen. But right now, the numbers are trending in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Savitt.
Okay.
In the queue now we have Ms.
Mr. Chair, can I please do a follow-up?
Sure. Yes, you still have some time left.
Yeah, it's for Joe, our health director, please. And I also wanted to state before Joe spoke that we are ranked 47th in the country for mortality rates, and that we are not under an emergency order with our state, with our governor, nor are we in our municipality. But I would really like to hear from our health director to hear his input on this, please.
Mr. Drace, recognized.
Good evening. Thank you through the chair again. I have some data that Dr. Savitt was referring to earlier, so we can just take, if you'd like, I could take 4 rolling Mondays for the last 4 weeks and address it. So yesterday's count was 181 for Anchorage. When you read the report, this question comes up, I want to address it. It comes in regularly to the health department. They break Anchorage into 4 territories. So you can't just look at that top line number. If you looked at this report, it would say 161. They break us into 4 areas. A week ago, the number was 272, same day, so the testing was the same. Before that, the number was 247, and then before that, 4 weeks ago, day specific, it was 1,002. So, I mean, we're talking about a pretty significant reduction in the number of positives. Also, I'd like to talk about what Dr. Savitt referred to, which is as we reduce the amount of people we're testing, not in a way to change numbers, but we've asked people that are symptomatic to test, the percentage of positives are going to go up. Does that mean the percentage of hospitalized people are going up? It does not. So I just want to note that as we've asked people that are not symptomatic, whether that be for asymptomatic or surveillance testing, to kind of stay away, to focus on the folks that are sick to get those results back, we're going to see that rate climb up because we're asking sick people to test, not everybody. Pending any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Alleg, any follow-up?
No, thank you. He hit it right on the nose.
Thank you very much. Next in the queue, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't disagree that the numbers are going down, but this is an opportunity for the layering of strategies and mitigation measures for the next 60 days. Right now, some of those numbers are going down because people are staying home voluntarily, or people aren't coming here at all and spending their money. There are economic consequences to the high case counts. The fact that our hospitals are in crisis standards of care should not be taken lightly. I appreciate the reinforcements we have from the state contract, but operating under crisis standards of care with reinforcement and doing nothing more is irresponsible. If we layer these mitigations for the next 60 days, we will have the opportunity to really bring our case counts down, hopefully give our hospitals the relief that they deserve, and steady out to give our healthcare workers not just enough staff, but enough staff to take a break. They deserve a break. Now, this emergency ordinance does some things that I would like to point out. One, it's only good for 60 days. 2, if 2 of our 3 hospitals are no longer operating under crisis standards of care for 14 days, the emergency ordinance ends and masking goes away. Further, it exempts religious assemblies. Frankly, it exempts the mayor and his executive team. This is not about getting the mayor to wear a mask. This is about our community's health. It also provides exemptions for athletics while actively engaged, including gyms. We have heard the requests and the concerns about this. They have been taken into account with this ordinance. This is not something done lightly. It is done after a considerable amount of public input, but the time to act is now. We need... You knew you were going to do it, and you're
Security.
We're supposed to testify tomorrow.
You've been warned, please. No, you get two. You get one warning and you're removed on the second one. Thank you. Please.
Utilizing an emergency ordinance mechanism is completely appropriate in this moment.
Hold on. She doesn't have to leave. She's been warned. All right, Ms. Zalatel, please proceed.
Thank you. It fully recognizes...
Mrs. Zalatel, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you. It fully recognizes and acknowledges that COVID is dynamic and it ebbs and flows, but we are still at case count levels where we were last winter. We are moving into the winter. So I ask the body for its support. I ask the community for its support to do it for your neighbor, do it for your family members, do it for the kids who cannot yet be vaccinated. Hopefully, we've hit the 60-day window, right? And we will be hearing about a kid's vaccination. I think the time is right to do it now, and I urge members' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to hit a few points.
Mr. Presverdia, before
you
go, hold on. Ms. Allegrezza, I would like to warn you, please. Go ahead, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just want to reinforce a few points. I first just want to make sure to react to Dr. Savitt. I really, as the chair of the Health Policy Committee and as somebody who's been involved in these conversations over the past 2 years now, I really want to encourage him to give us solely his medical advice and not his political advice. I'm concerned when those two things mix. I want to say that I want to encourage my colleagues to support this. I hear that the numbers are trending down, but the case counts are still extremely high. Our hospitals are still at crisis standard of care, and we need to take action now. This is a very reasonable approach, knowing that it's a 60-day period. It's a compromise, and as the previous speaker said, it is based on what we heard from the community. We heard from more than 200 people speaking to us in chambers. We've received more than 3,000 emails. We truly have listened to the community, and this emergency order is a reflection of that. I really want to encourage my colleagues to support this. I believe that it is an appropriate and reasonable approach to what's going on in our community, and I feel like that it's something we need to do now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue, I have Ms. Kennedy.
Mr. Chair, did you say Kennedy?
I did say Ms. Kennedy.
Okay, sorry, it's just hard to hear you sometimes. Thank you. Actually, I have a question, and that could either be for Dr. Savitt or for Director Gerace. Either one is fine with me, but I wanted to talk about Section 2, and that is the idea of using the criteria of having insufficient capacity in our hospitals to the extent that they have to invoke a crisis standards of care policy. And my question specifically is, we have heard hospitals say that they're going to do this. Maybe some have not. They have the policy in hand and available should they have to address some kind of a capacity issue. So my question is, do we really know where our hospitals currently stand? And I do ask that because I know I have a family member that went to Matsu Emergency last week and actually got seen right away. So I just have a question as to really what we know about the current invoking of crisis standards of care with our community hospitals.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Mr. Gerace is here to answer.
This is a very difficult question to answer, as the private enterprises, they provide us with the data that we ask. They don't give us all the data we ask for, so it's very difficult to answer this. I have not heard of anyone being denied care. I do know that the crisis levels of care trigger. They do this all the time in hospitals, where they'll prepare for something by declaring an emergency, and it doesn't actually arrive. That could just be they hear about a plane crash or some kind of a school bus accident, and they go into some kind of response mode. It doesn't mean they get anyone off the school bus. So the same thing here. They're in a mode that allows them to react dynamically, but we don't know that. I've heard of no cases where someone was denied entry, or they told them to take a minor injury and go to a private provider. So I haven't seen any reports of anyone in the community being turned away for service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drace. And next in the queue, we have Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just a couple of points.
Other people, hold on, Mr. Dunbar. Other people on the phone, please mute. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of points. I know that there is the argument that this isn't timely, that we shouldn't do this now because the emergency is supposedly subsiding. I think that that is mistaken. You know, the right time to pass this ordinance was probably 4 weeks ago, and then maybe it was 2 weeks ago. But the administration opposed the mask mandate before the spike started. They opposed the mask mandate when we hit the top of the spike. And hopefully we're on the downward trend now, but we don't really know. We know that there have been some issues with backups in the data provided by the state that might have inflated the prior curve. We know that testing has been reduced, and I don't think there was any nefarious purpose there, but we know that that has led to fewer people testing positive, we believe. 12% positivity rate right now, which indicates that there's a lot of cases that aren't being caught and aren't being tested. And I'll say also, you know, with regards to sort of turning on or off this mandate based on the hospitals, I think that's one way to do it, but you'll see there's also a subsection 2 within section 2 that says if there is no longer substantial or high community transmission per the CDC for 14 consecutive days, and this goes away. So if the administration is correct and we are on a downward slope, then hopefully this will end far sooner than 60 days because we will no longer be in that high or substantial transmission. But right now, our reproductive number, our NOD, is greater than 1. We are seeing case rates that are much, much higher than not anything, but at some of the worst times of last year as well. And it was announced today that 10 people in Anchorage, 16 people statewide, 10 of them in Anchorage, died in recent days. And we also know that there are dozens of people on ventilators. So the idea that we're not in an emergency now, because the emergency was worse a couple of weeks ago, I think just doesn't hold water. And I'd say also, you know, for the families that are struggling with this or will be struggling with this in the coming weeks, if the mask mandate can reduce transmission by whatever it is, 5 or 10 or 15%, and save some of those lives, that's why I think we need to act now. The last point I'll say is I do think that this is a stronger ordinance than the one that was introduced 2 weeks ago. It really takes into account a lot of the feedback that we received via email and in person. You know, there is a religious exemption, for example. There is the athletics exemption, for example. It removes the provision with the private cause of action where people were reporting on each other. And so I appreciate the work the sponsors have done. We are still in an emergency, and I urge passage.
Next in the queue is Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. I guess a lot's been said to describe this. You know, I did not support masking mandates a couple times when it came up last year, and my focus at that point was hospital capacity. And I said, you know, the case rates and so on, it didn't trigger it for me. But when we hit maximum hospital capacity, it's not an issue of people not protecting themselves and so on, but this becomes an issue for everyone. And we've hit that. We have a problem. And there are people being denied care. We've heard from the hospital directors that they are in a crisis. They have the crisis standards of care in place, which is not a light thing for them to do. And I've talked to doctors. We've heard from them here. We've gotten emails from them. I've talked to several at length. And, you know, a heart doctor said he's got a dozen people who he simply cannot do surgery on because he knows he will not have, he's not sure he will have an ICU bed. So he is letting them just sit. And he says they are losing heart capacity daily. So this is a crisis. So, you know, I appreciate the sponsors on this because they finally hit something that, you know, basing it on, you know, hospital capacity has been my trigger. And unfortunately, we are in a place where we have serious problems with hospital capacity. If the cases go down, that's also good. That's another trigger. And they typically will correlate to more hospitalizations. So, you know, I'm thrilled that they're going down, and I hope that continues. And I think the longest this goes would be 60 days, and I fully expect that we'll be out of it before then. Hospitals don't want to be in crisis of care, and they'll get rid of that when they can. This you know, clarifies a lot of things that we heard in public testimony over many, many hours of testimony. It makes very clear that it's only for people over 5 years of age, presenters, musicians, and people communicating in an audience, so theaters and so on can continue. It's, you know, if you can't wear a mask safely when you're working, you don't have to wear one. If you can't tolerate a face covering, then you don't have to wear one. And you don't need to prove it. The individual's or a guardian's statement that they are exempted is sufficient evidence. So it's super easy, just, you know, if you can't wear one. This is gyms, fitness centers, we want people to be healthy. The previous mask mandates from last year and the one that was proposed earlier did not exempt those. And we want people in their gyms, we want them to get healthy. This is about health. It exempts churches, religious assemblies. And I like that this does not say the mayor's got to do it. He's opposed to it. Mayor and his executive team are exempt. The section that had created quite a bit of consternation appropriately about civic actions against your neighbors, that's not in here at all. It's virtually, you know, the previous one that mentioned vaccinations made people nervous, that's not in here at all. This is actually fairly simple. So this is one that I can support, and I hope it's for a very short time. A couple things, you know, masks, should we use masks, do they work? And that's hotly debated. But over time, we have seen, the more recent studies do show that broadly they don't protect me, they protect others from my funk. In fact, we are, as humans, are petri dishes, and we just spew funk out, and we know that, and this can help limit it somewhat. And that's, I think Dr. Savitt said maybe 10%. Well, is that not much? Can you say it doesn't work at 10%? That's all we need. We just have to kind of get the edge off of these peaks. And that's, that 10% can do it if people rally together and just for a little while. And we work to lower the spread and restore hospital capacity. And we have heard ample stories of people who are having trouble getting into hospitals. So it's unfortunate to be here, but you know, we have a pandemic, we're getting through it, and this can help us get the edge off and get our hospital capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Peterson and Ms. Salatel for their leadership on this. You know, I've heard a lot of people stand up and say that they're not brave for doing this, and I think they are brave. They know that political costs that sometimes comes with making hard decisions that are made for the right reason, and I just want to say thank you to both of them. I have great respect for each of you. I'm going to support this emergency ordinance for a number of reasons. First, being health benefits to save lives. We know that wearing masks work. I want to remind everyone that Dr. Hennessy quoted a 19% decline in transmission due to mask wearing in Anchorage last winter. In our city, last winter, when we made that decision, we reduced COVID by 19%. That's huge. And I know that Dr. Savitt is impressed that we are moving down, but moving down from really, really, really bad numbers and high rates is not all that impressive. 14-day average, as he quoted tonight, of 115 out of 100,000. That's really high. The highest cases that I saw when I was acting mayor was around 120-something. So we were at 140 something, now we're at 115. It's still incredibly high. I mean, a test positivity rate of 12%, that's staggering. We were worried when it was above 5%. Not to mention that a reproductive number of 1.07 means that actually more cases are growing. We're seeing more cases. That's what that number means. If it's over 1, cases are going up. If it's under 1, cases are going down. So we still are definitely in a situation where we need to worry. Number 2, I'm voting for this for the economy. This keeps employees safe so that businesses can keep operating,
Hold on,
and
Ms.
it keeps
Quinn-Davidson.
COVID numbers low.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, security, I would like to ask this gentleman to leave, please. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. You can continue while we address the actual disruption as me.
Should I go ahead, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Oh, okay, thank you. This mask ordinance will benefit the economy. You know, one thing that was really a good part of being acting mayor is getting to interact with a lot of economists. And I heard over and over again that the economy is directly tied to the pandemic. If you bring COVID cases down, your economic success will go up. And we see this, right? My friends, they're not going out to eat. I don't go to restaurants right now. People are reducing their economic activity in the community. That is not what we want to see. A mask mandate will help us get back there. The other thing I want to say is that this is this is the easiest, least restrictive step we can take. It doesn't cost anything except for buying a mask or a pack of masks. So this is the best sort of measure that government should take, which is low invasiveness but high effectiveness. I also just want to point out that we did some surveys last winter, and it could have changed, but residents were overwhelmingly in support of mask mandates in general. So while we have had a few hundred people in chambers who clearly are not in support, I'll remind you that we stopped phone testimony after the first night, so we didn't get the benefit of those who wanted to call in. And my aide has been tracking the amount of emails we got removing people who wrote in twice. As of today at 4:19 p.m., we had 2,399 emails in support of a mask mandate and 1,323 against. So that's 2,399 in support and 1,323 in against. So, 1,000 more in support than not. Finally, I'm voting yes on this ordinance because it is our job as assembly members to protect public health and safety. That is why we are elected. It is our job to make hard decisions to protect the public, and that's what we're going to do with this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go back to the queue for the final and second time of testimony from members before we proceed to vote. Mrs. Allard, you're in the queue for your second time.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. So the first thing I want to say is that we have so many exemptions going on. If masks really work, we probably wouldn't have any exemptions. The other thing I wanted to say, and I'm sure the mayor is going to get a little peeved at me, but wow, you are actually exempting the mayor and you're not exempting the rest of the community. That is absolutely outrageous. To give any sort of favoritism in your emergency order because it makes people feel good is just outrageous. If masks really work, then I would just say that members of the body wouldn't have gotten COVID while wearing a mask. It is not our job as a government official or our duty, and I would say duty over job, for us to tell the community what they should do. That is between them and their provider. So there's some sort of miscommunication there on how government actually works or some education. So persons of the body might need to review that. I would also ask if Joe could please come back up because I keep hearing the number of 12% being thrown out. Well, that's just completely inaccurate, and I would love for our health director to better explain that number, and also if he could hit on the numbers in July versus our peak right now, please.
Mr. Dreis, please.
So the 12% positivity rate is not a population ratio. That is the number of people tested that return a positive test. That's not reflective of the overall community's infection rate. So does that answer on that one?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Allard,
Yes, thank you for the clarification. And can you also talk a little bit about our numbers in July, when those were versus what our numbers are currently, please?
Sure. Going back to July, we were in a downturn at the end of summer. We were trending down. At the end of summer, right around July, going into August, we saw the peak start going back up, and so that's just the nature of the cases. Now, this is not an apples to apples comparison because we're talking about times that were vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and there's a lot of different factors. A different variant, Delta variant, so it has a much different nature. So I want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples as we move forward in these numbers and those sort of things. We want to be very precise with the data. I've heard a lot of numbers thrown around, but I really like to be dialed in. That's kind of my thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further, Mrs. Allard?
Chair, if you don't mind, I just have one final comment.
Please.
One of the members had brought up Dr. Hennessy, and I challenged Dr. Hennessy on his graphs and his numbers. And I will state that Dr. Hennessy's graph was actually incorrect. And when I challenged him on it, I brought up the fact that the numbers in September were going down without the mask, and only 21 COVID cases were positive in Anchorage municipality, where in the Valley, they were only 21 lower. And that's only positive cases. So it's clear that masks don't work, and that's not even the argument with me. The argument with me comes into we as government officials should never push our medical advice on anybody. This is up to the public. This is up to the community. I encourage you to vote no, and I feel this is going to have strong backlash, and I will also put on record, I will not comply. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Allard. Next in the queue is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few things from me. First, I just want to say I agree with everything that Ms. Quinn Davidson stated, Mr. Weddleton stated, Mr. Dunbar, and others in support of this emergency ordinance. So I think rather than restate their arguments, which I think are very sound, very valid, I want to give a few different arguments, which is I think it's really important that we move on from this discussion. We have spent an extraordinary amount of time hearing from the public on this discussion, talking to our community councils, and now we are debating amongst ourselves. There's a whole host of issues, some of which we've dealt with today, like testing and separation of powers, but there's a myriad of other issues like homelessness, which we're doing really good on with the facilitated process. We have to deal with the economic future of our city and the budget, which is looming. So I absolutely support this emergency ordinance and look forward to us voting soon. I also just want to note, because one of my colleagues brought this up regarding the mayor and his executive team and the reason that they're exempted, I don't see it as showing favoritism to the mayor and his team. I think this is a willingness to compromise and ensure that the co-equal branches of government are able to get their jobs done at these assembly meetings. So I appreciate the willingness of the sponsors of this emergency ordinance to see that, to recognize that, and to give the ability of the executive branch to be able to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And I would add myself briefly to the queue just to say the second testifier after our initial, our appearance requests really resonated with me tonight. Her message was, despite all of our differences, we really need to figure out how we can move forward together. The last 2 weeks have been extraordinary. I recognize that there's a lot of pain and suffering in this community. And when this process started with hundreds of people in this room, I realized at that moment some of the people who came to testify were not going to survive. And in fact, we've heard a very sad story of an individual who was here the second 2 Wednesdays ago, providing kind of participation in the group, who's now on a ventilator and may or may not make it. And this is not somebody who spent the last year supporting my positions on matters, but in fact has been somebody who spoke consistently against the issues that I support and believe in. But I don't believe any less of him, and my heart breaks when I think about the fact that someone was in this room 2 weeks ago and is probably going to die from this virus. The enemy is not your neighbor. The enemy is not us. The enemy is this virus. And the answer to this problem is to fight this virus together. So I speak to 3 groups of people. For those of you who are tasked to enforce this, businesses, people who own and operate facilities in the community, many of you reached out and asked me to support this. You begged me to. To you, I say, I pray that this process is gentle for you. As members of the public who have stated clearly they're not going to comply, show up at your door and need your services. And to those who reached out to us and said you oppose this, who are operating businesses that are going to be tasked to enforce this, I pray that you are gentle in your enforcement and your willingness to do what needs to be done. For those of you who have long spoken about supporting this mask mandate, and there are many of you, I beg you to be gentle with your neighbors when you see them not wearing masks, because you don't know the footsteps they're walking in. You just don't know.
Chair, I have a point of order.
No, not yet. This is my time. For those who intend not to comply, I ask you
Well,
to
if you're talking about my friend, we have a problem, Chair. Because you are absolutely
You are out of order.
And?
For those
So are you.
who intend to not comply, I also ask you to be gentle with this community. My message to us all is that we are a community and that we will get through this. And with that, members may proceed to vote. This vote will be a roll call.
Absolutely insane you thinking to wish somebody dead, and he's not on an intubator. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're a disgrace as a public official.
You are out of order, and I hope he recovers.
And you're a liar.
So we will now proceed to a vote. It will be a roll call vote, and I will call the roll. Mr. Weddleton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Allard, how do you vote?
No, and I'm really glad Mr. Constant decides to use somebody's situation against them.
Mr.
How
Peterson,
irresponsible.
how do
You're
you
disgusting.
vote?
You are absolutely disgusting.
Mr. Peterson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Kennedy, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stop coughing on old people!
Can you please,
Don't listen!
security, please remove Mrs. Clark. Mr. Dunbar, can you please vote again more loudly?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Miss Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
Yes. On a vote of 9-2, the emergency ordinance has passed.
At this time, Mr. Chair, I move for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
The question before us is, shall this item be reconsidered? Mr. Weddleton, how do you vote?
No.
Mrs. Allard, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Miss LaFrance?
No.
Miss Zalatel?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
No. On a vote of 2-9, the vote to reconsider fails. I would ask now for a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Well, hold on, Mr. Peterson.
I'm sorry.
We've been asked to take a 5-minute break.
Okay. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, did you want to talk to me
Sure.
privately?
I'll come around the corner. Thank you.
Okay.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the advice of council, we had originally moved to introduce with the first, second, and third. We need to go back and do a move to approve and second and re-vote. It is really just a technical clarification because it's an emergency ordinance. So we will do that. And then we can also then take up the reconsideration one time again. Thank you.
So before us now is,
So I move to approve the emergency ordinance before us.
we do this.
Second.
Thank you. We have motion by Zalatel, second by Peterson.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Zalatel, seconded by Weddleton. So this vote takes 8. Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Weddleton on the question.
Yes.
Ms. Zellard. Ms. Zellard. Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mrs. Zalatel.
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Yes. That question being called passes on a vote of 10 to 0. Next, we have the main motion before us. This question of the emergency ordinance. Mr. Weddleton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Zellard. Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
No.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Ms. Alto,
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Dunbar,
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes. So, on a vote of 9-1, that passes. Now before us,
I move to immediately reconsider the item.
Second.
Second.
all right, there's immediate reconsideration before us. Urge a no vote. Mr. Weddleton,
No.
Mrs. Allard, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Peterson,
No.
Mr. Rivera,
No.
Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
No.
Ms. Zalatel,
No.
Mr. Dunbar,
No.
Mr. Presverdia,
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Constant?
No. That item fails to pass with a vote of 9-1, or 1-9. With that, hopefully Mr. Gates is satisfied. So, members, because of the gravity of this motion, previous discussions with members of leadership was a question of shall we adjourn at this time and continue this business at our next regular meeting? If someone wishes to make a motion to adjourn, we would do that now.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.